sometimes when we got to start looking at, I don't know when we start, but at like the 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade level, they're interested in things too.
Yeah.
And so I think that sounds like a great idea. I'm sure we're doing something, but if we have more people, maybe we can expand it and they can come and talk to the kids about different opportunities in career paths.
We do. So we're it's been on my mind, and we're going to do it. We're adding HVAC this year. We have a partnership in community, so we're going to invite this board of supervisors and board of education and the community to an open house. And we're going to do a presentation and we're talking about all of this, how we.
Good evening. I'd like to call this regular monthly business meeting of the Bedford County School Board to order. Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Mr. Holbrook?
Here.
Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Nelms?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Ma'am, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Excuse me. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A119-1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees. For 19, for discussion of plans to protect school safety and consultation with law enforcement officials where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the security of school facilities.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're in closed session. Who's that? Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we come out of closed session.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nims. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're out of closed session. There being no actions to take from the closed session, we'll move straight on to item 3.01.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't have my glasses on.
That's okay.
Ms.
Certified
Johnson,
closed?
will you certify the closed session, please?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Now stating that there is no action to take from the closed session. Move on to item 3.01, school safety and security. Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. We are fortunate that the Bedford County Public Schools staff and the vast majority of Bedford County Public Schools families and students do their best to create safe environments in our schools every day. But despite that reassurance, it only takes one serious incident to have a devastating impact on our community. And for that reason, we're committed to addressing school safety from many different angles. School safety requires a multi-pronged approach. In our schools, our work in all these areas promotes safety and security. In this presentation, we'll focus on building security, staff training, and law enforcement relations as the most basic of these steps. And we'll outline several steps we've taken in this area. Our partnerships with law enforcement are critical in safety planning and communicating, and if necessary, responding to dangerous incidents. The heart of this partnership is our School Resource Officer program, which we'll describe in more detail. Just as important as physical safety measures are the people aspects of safety. And we won't focus on those so much tonight, but research is really clear that effective threat identification and assessment reduces the likelihood of a dangerous incident occurring. We will describe our training process in a little bit more detail. We complete a safety audit process each year that challenges us to compile data from surveys, school inspections, review of safety plans, principal feedback, and other sources to give an overall picture of needs for continual improvement in the area of school safety. And this is Scott Simmons, our safety manager, who will also join in our presentation.
Good evening. For building security, over the past several years, we've worked hard to advance security of our buildings, thanks in part to support from the school board and all of our stakeholders. Utilizing local funds and grant funding, each school has been outfitted with secure entry vestibules, interior locks on all classroom doors, visitor management system, rapid response emergency alert system, electronic controlled access for majority of our buildings, upgrades to camera systems, alarm systems, and school communication capabilities. Additionally, hardware, software, system upgrades, and maintenance is a year-round focus. We know that hardening strategies and technology are vital in supporting our safety efforts, but we recognize that our stakeholders play the most important role. And knowing that safety is everyone's responsibility, BCPS has invested considerable time and resources to provide threat assessment training for all of our school teams. This training ensures that all schools have the ability to recognize red flags and take specific steps to prevent school violence. To support and encourage the timely sharing of information, students have access to anonymous reporting through our Stop It app. Following the school safety audit process, we annually update and certify school emergency operation plans, collect survey data on ways to improve campus safety, improve protocols, enhance our mental health supports, and understand the perceptions of school climate. Each school faithfully executes over 20 safety drills and/or inspections annually, and in collaboration with our SROs, additional safety assessments are being planned. Next up, Sheriff Miller.
First off, I would like to thank Madam Chair, your board members, Dr. Bergen, for inviting us here tonight to expand on what we have been doing. But before I do that, I want to give you a quick overview of your sheriff's office, and especially we're going to narrow this down to your school resource officers, so we can assure you and every citizen in our county of what the expertise and what we have as school resource officers in your school. So to break it down, in your school, as your school resource officers, we have 2 of our members of our TAC teams, We have 2 members that are on our hostage negotiation team that are school resource officers inside of your schools. We have 2 that are CPTED trained, and for people that don't know what CPTED means, it's crime prevention through environmental design. So they're able to go in and tell us and evaluate our schools, evaluate our sheriff's office, and any other building inside this county to be able to tell them how they can stop crime or at least slow it down. Try to prevent it from outside in, inside out is what you have. We have one gentleman who is in the military right now. He's in the National Guard, who's a deputy with us right now. So we have military experience there. And we also have one experience from another agency that we have hired to come on with us. So today, all of your existing school resource officers positions are filled today. So you need to know that. And the citizens need to know that. We also are very proud that this is the first year we're able to bring back the DARE program, and DARE's drug abuse resistance education. And I had the opportunity to be a DARE instructor one time and know the commitment that goes into that, but to also know the impact that's left with the children there. Just last year, Captain Hayden, he's retired now, but we did something for one of his family members, and one of his nephews came up to me who was 30-some years old. He said, "You're not going to believe this, Sheriff." And I said, "What's that?" He said, "I can still quote you my DARE rap from Body Camp Elementary School." He's 32 years old. He could still do that. So that's the impact that we can put on our children if we take the time and the dedication, which you do have from your sheriff's office, and I want to assure you and all the citizens. So the Bedford County Sheriff's Office and the public school system over this summer has not taken it off. What we've done is we've gone in and completed that CPTED to all of your elementary schools and gone to figure out what's our vulnerable points, what's our strengths, and our school system is what we've done. And I never will forget, because I had the pleasure of being the first school resource officer in Bedford County. Sheriff Mike Brown was the sheriff then. But in 1998, it was Dr. Kent. I sat down in Dr. Kent's office as the superintendent, and he quoted me this in 1998. "Deputy Miller, you're about ready to protect the world's most precious commodity, and that's your children." In 1998, in 2022, I can still quote that without looking down to read it, because it was an impact. And that's the dedication that your sheriff's office has and your school resource officers have in 2022. And that's what we want each and every one of you all to know. So we have not forgotten our mission, but we've also teamed up with the school system even closer this year to be able to go in and to look at things and not to point fingers. It's to come together as a team and as a family to say, how do we protect our citizens and our most precious commodity, our small children, in this community too. So we've done that. We've been working hard to get all of our schools. We started with our elementary schools, and we've worked in. We started with the schools that's the furthest away. For instance, Boonesboro, Goodview, Stewartsville, Manita. Huddleston. And we worked our way in to be able to see all of our strengths and all of our weaknesses, and we've coming together as a team to address that. But before I say that, I would like to stop and say I want to thank Deputy Danielle Clark, who is in our audience somewhere, and she was, and also Sergeant Hopkins and all the school resource officers, because as the sheriff, as the CEO, I can give a vision. They produce the product for me. And you guys are being able to see that, and so is the citizens, and they will be able to see that here in the near future. We have committed to routine quarterly reports to you guys and to our Board of Supervisors, and we're going to do that. We're going to tell you all what we've done and our accomplishments, but we're also going to use our parents. It's what we're going to end up doing. The school system and the sheriff's office is in the process of forming 2 safety committees. The first one is the one that looks at the whole county. It's what it is. But then we need to go individually to every school. It's what we need to end up doing there. And we would love to have one of the school board members on that committee also, but we would like to have school administration. We would also like to have our cafeteria workers and our janitorial staff. We'd also like to have our teachers, but we'd also like to have a parent representative that can represent the whole school to be able to know that the funnel goes into, and that person can say, this is what we see. Because the more eyes that are out there, the more safer our community becomes. And we need to understand that. It's what we need to end up doing. And lastly, very proud to say, as I've mentioned in the very beginning, that we're bringing back our DARE program. And you know, when we posted that on Facebook, we had so many comments, and you can go back and look at the sheriff's office comments of people that remembered that and knew their DARE officer, knew who he was, and all the great stuff about them. So that's something we need to have a positive impact, not only in our middle school and our high school, but we need to bring it back to our elementary schools. Thank you all for the time. And any questions you have at any time, most of you guys have my cell phone, and I'd be more than happy to entertain that.
Thank you, Sheriff Miller. And so in talking about the strategies we've done, this year we plan to really build on those steps with several new safety measures. First, we're nearing completion of digital mapping of each school. These documents will be shared with first responders and integrated into county technology to speed up response time if they're called to assist students or staff in danger in our schools. We'll complete additional hardening of selected locations in our schools that have vulnerabilities. The Sheriff's Office has completed inspection, as we've heard, of each school this summer and shared feedback with us for future improvements. And this is in addition to the team inspections that we'll lead in the first month of school using Department of Criminal Justice Services protocols for assessing school safety. Every school threat assessment team member is completing training in the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines, or CSTAG, this month. In this way, there's a consistent baseline of knowledge and skills in each school to identify and respond to any red flag behaviors that they encounter in schools. And this training is based on extensive research led by Professor Dewey Cornell at UVA over the past 25 years. So as you can see, the Bedford County Public Schools staff, the Sheriff's Department staff take school safety very seriously and continually look for ways to improve our practices. And so at this time, we welcome any questions that you may have about our approaches to school safety.
Pearson?
Dr. Dewis, on slide 4, help me in terms of understanding what the acronym means, MOU.
That is a memorandum of understanding, and
Okay.
it's the basic legal agreement that we have between our two agencies. And it's
Okay.
updated on a regular basis.
All right.
Roles and responsibilities, outlining those so we clearly work well together.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all so very much. As we know, unfortunately, from historic tragedies, and one as recent as Uvalde, we cannot take our children's safety too seriously. And we really do appreciate all the time and effort gone into everything. Given the hour, let's go ahead and break for dinner, and then we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock and pick up when appropriate with 3.02. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this regular meeting of Bedford County School Board for August the 11th, 2022. Please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I've requested for a moment of silence for Damien Michael Collette. His obituary described him as a goofy class clown with a big heart and a great sense of humor. He loved food and cooking. Some of his favorite hobbies were gaming, playing soccer, and hanging with his friends. Damien was an enthusiastic and fearless in everything he did. But most importantly, he was a caring, compassionate soul who loved his mama. To me, he sounds like a great young man, and I wish I'd had the opportunity to meet him. But unfortunately, it was a young life gone way too soon. On behalf of the board, I would like to extend our sincerest condolences to the family. If you would, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, recognition of students and staff. Mr. Edwards.
Madam Chair, before I call you forward, I will ask that you bear with me tonight. We have quite a few who weren't able to make it, and I've just learned of that within the last 3 minutes. So with that being said, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Bergen, will you please come forward?
Was on the floor or on the stage?
Right here, center stage, if you would.
Okay, thank you.
And we ask all students and guests to please remain seated tonight until all students have been recognized, and we thank you for your cooperation with that. A Liberty High School student is the latest BCPS student to be appointed to the Virginia FFA State Officer Team. McKenna Garrett, a 2022 Liberty High School graduate, has been appointed as the statewide FFA secretary for this coming school year. McKenna was selected from the field of approximately 10,000 students who are members of the hundreds of FFA chapters across the Commonwealth for one of the 9 statewide FFA positions. Garrett follows an impressive line of 12 other BCPS students who have held various statewide positions since 1956. Liberty High School student and state FFA secretary McKenna Garrett.
Congratulations.
Wait until I'm done, okay? The Liberty FFA Veterinary Science Team recently competed at the 96th Annual Virginia FFA State Convention in June against teams throughout the state on topics in veterinary science, and they came away winners. The contest includes a 50-question multiple-choice test, a veterinary math exam, breeds, tools, equipment, microscope identification, as well as hands-on veterinary practicum. The team will represent Virginia at the National FFA Convention in Indianapolis, Indiana in October. Anna Groves was the top-placing individual in the state, followed by Megan Cash, who was third in the state. 91 Virginia FFA members competed in the contest. The Virginia FFA Veterinary Science Team, Anna Groves. and Megan Cash. Natalie Corbin. Not able to make it tonight, Kaylee Lindsay. And finally, the FFA sponsor, Lindsay Tomlinson.
Ladies, congrats. Congratulations.
The National History Day contest engages more than 500,000 students every year in conducting original research on historical topics of interest. Students present their research as a documentary, exhibit, paper, performance, or website. Liberty High School has participated in this contest for over 15 years, regularly sending projects to the national competition. Several projects have broken into the top 10 nationally, but Sarah Johnson's third place finish this year was unprecedented. The work to create the project began in the fall of 21. A group of students worked almost the entire school year after school and on their own to research and create their project. The members of the group competed at district competition in March. All of them advanced to state competition, including Sarah Johnson, whose project, Shenandoah National Park, Debate and Diplomacy Lead to Displacement, placed first at the state level for individual performances. That made Sarah one of 2 Virginia representatives for single individual performances. Her project focused on the displacement of the residents of what would be Shenandoah National Park in the 1930s and the government's efforts to convince the public the loss of their poverty was in these people's best interests, smearing the residents as ignorant and backwards. Over 2,700 students from around the country advanced to the national level with Sarah. They presented documentaries, exhibits, papers, websites, and performances, and about 100 students placed in the top 3 in each category, and that includes Sarah. Liberty High School's Sarah Johnson. And coaches, Mickey Vanderwerker. Please come forward, Mrs. Vanderwerker. We know you're here. Mrs. Vanderwerker is going to deny that request. Also, coaches Margia Skalka. Liberty High School's Sarah Johnson once again.
Congratulations.
YOVASO stands for Youth of Virginia Speaks Out, and the Liberty High School Lifesavers were selected as the YOVASO Club of the Year recently by setting the standard for best practices in peer-led youth traffic safety programs among the 54 other high school programs in the state. The award recognizes excellence in student leadership and club development, community outreach, engagement of the student body, effectiveness of programming, and participation in YOVASO campaigns and retreats. The club worked diligently to spread the word about safe driving and safe riding on the roads of Bedford County, resulting in first place awards in both fall and spring statewide competitions. The YOVASO Club of the Year, Alexis Conklin. Jaden Clark. Brooklyn Gunter. Emma Kimberlin. Kiana Meadows. And that right there is your Yovaso Club of the Year for the state of Virginia. We will get a picture.
Congratulations.
And he's not in need of a certificate, but he is in need of recognition. We are going to recognize a man who has also put a lot of effort into this club, and that is Deputy Hall from the Bedford County Sheriff's Office.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you so much.
Liberty High School's Mr. Ben Thurman was selected as Yovaso Sponsor of the Year in recognition of his ongoing support and guidance of the Liberty Lifesavers Traffic Safety Club and commitment to striving for excellence in club growth and development. Mr. Thurman gladly facilitates the growth of student leadership and helping to prevent traffic accidents by promoting safe behaviors when students are behind the wheel. Sponsor of the Year, Yovaso, Mr. Ben Thurman. And two more of our Yovaso students, both from Jefferson Forest High School, received high accolades from the organization as well. The Rockstar Award is in recognition of a student who demonstrates enthusiasm and excitement in their school and community for promoting safe teen driving and passenger safety. This student is a champion for the cause and a vocal role model within the school and community. The Yovaso rock star, Emma Ogden. We also want to recognize the Youth Leadership Award that goes to an individual who demonstrates exemplary leadership skills and commitment to working on safe teen driving. That person, Liberty High School's, Jefferson Forest High School's Peyton Poindexter, not able to be with us tonight. And we have invited on multiple occasions the JF Girls Track Team, who were state runners-up this year. So we congratulate that team who unfortunately could not be here with us tonight. Thank you. So much for hooking me up.
We're going to move on to the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining. and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Mrs. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Please do not adjust the microphone at the podium as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker for the evening, Dawn Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Roberts. I live in District 7. It's a good night to be a Liberty mom. I'm very proud of the kids that were honored here tonight. And they did it with those books in the library. I want to express a little concern over policy KLBR that's going to be discussed tonight. The portion that says a librarian can remove a book when a parent has a concern. I think that's unconstitutional. I also did a little research, and it found on a website about banned and challenged books. Yes, I'm going to talk about the books again, Mr. Hill. That students actually have a First Amendment right to have the right to, let me find it. Sorry, I've got a bunch of stuff I wanted to talk about. Students retain some First Amendment rights. Public schools may not censor student speech, either on or off campus, unless it is causing a substantial disruption. I know I have yet to see a substantial disruption from students about books. It's mainly been from parents. And look at what amazing things our kids are doing with those books in the library. And then I found this other neat little thing. The ALA's policy is that librarians and governing bodies should maintain that parents, and only parents, have the right and responsibility to restrict an access of their children and only their children to library resources. So when you are talking about and deciding whether you're going to make changes to that policy, that it is not a something that just one parent should make the decision for. I also went to open house at Liberty today. Loved seeing all the new teachers. There were lots of new faces. Still lots of broken air conditioning. I hear it's on the agenda. Dr. Dewis, thank you. And I also wanted to thank the teachers for staying at their open houses tonight instead of coming here. And I also wanted to talk about the Night with Kendall, which I think spoke for itself. I think a lot of the issues that we are having in the schools are simply, as I said before, parenting issues. There are some parents that make decisions that I wouldn't make for my kids. And I'm sure I make decisions for my kids that others wouldn't make. But that doesn't mean we need to make decisions across the board for others' kids. I personally wouldn't let my 14-year-old spend the night at a boy's house, but some parents do. So that's just really all I had tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Dave Dietrich.
I'm Dave Dietrich from the 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, in past sessions, I have discussed how education has evolved and what philosophies have influenced its evolution. Last month, I addressed specifically the changing political climate, which has also greatly influenced education. Overall, educational thought has moved from discovery of truth and equality of opportunity to cultural critique, group grievances, and equality of outcome or equity. Commensurate with these changes, we have heard at our meetings diverse voices and witnessed voting patterns that have tended to mirror these disparate educational views. So where do we go from here? The Bedford County school system can either embrace traditional educational standards of discovery of truth and equality of opportunity, or it can follow a more centralized, postmodern trajectory. Based on public comments and school board voting patterns, it appears as though the public prefers the former, and at least some teachers and administrators appear to prefer the latter. What is that, or why is that, the latter tendency? One might suspect there are several possible explanations. These might include misguided good intentions, lack of adequate critical thinking, professional peer pressure, overexposure to new educational theories, and even personal commitment to emerging ideologies. That is why it is so important to consider carefully who we elect to the Bedford County Board in the future. The risks are too high if we do not. At the moment, there appears to be a fairly consistent school board divide over which path to follow, with parents and other concerned citizens having the advantage in most circumstances. Yet that can change overnight and change profoundly. As Horace Mann once wrote, education is the gateway to equality. As Mortimer Adler once wrote, the ultimate goal of the educational process is to help human beings become educated persons. Mann and Adler also believed education prepared people for lifelong learning, the objectives of which were intellectual and moral growth, productive citizenship, and economic self-sustainment. Education also sustains liberty. Sadly, education today seems focused more on professional self-satisfaction and financial security, revolutionary transformation of students, and overall rejection of the sage lessons learned from the past. To all, let us judge wisely going forward. Thank you. And I would like to recommend a book that maybe every person here might be interested in reading, and also each library ought to have at least one copy. The Paideia Proposal by Mortimer Adler. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Aaron Farrell.
Good evening, school board members, Mr. Superintendent, parents, and community. My name's Erin Farrell. I live in District 3, and my husband and I moved here a few years ago, several years ago. He's a veteran. Last time I was here, we had 2 children. Now we have 4. We're adopting 2 children. They gave me permission to tell just a little bit about them as it applies to this. So we're licensed foster parents, and they're just amazing. They're here today, actually. So the reason I'm here is because we are adopting 2 more children. And so although the superintendent had unenrolled my children from being in person last year because he rejected their masks exemptions from medical, from doctors that we had filled out, and so forced them into online, but we couldn't do online, so we had to homeschool. So we did that. It was a big adjustment. It was challenging. It was a really hard year in a lot of ways, but also it was a blessing in other ways. Well, today we are at home, the open house for one of the elementary schools for our 2 daughters that we're adopting, and had a great experience. Their school is wonderful. The teachers are amazing. The administration there is excellent. So I have a lot of confidence as they go there. And thankfully, some of the policies were overturned by the new school board majority. So part of the reason I'm here is I want to talk with you. Oh, I just want to mention, I do think that it would be great if school board meetings weren't scheduled, or open house meetings weren't scheduled on days that they're a school board. Someone else mentioned they're thanking teachers for not being able to come here, and I wish they could be here or could watch. And also all the other families, there are a lot of people who weren't able to receive awards because they're at schools, just like we were hustling earlier today. So anyway, I just want to talk with you guys about redistricting. The schools. I happen to live in the New London district, and our 2 children will have to move next year. They've moved a lot. I don't think for any child it's helpful to make them artificially change all those relationships that they're developing with, especially with people who are being adopted, or quite frankly anyone. It's a big adjustment. My 2 other children have tiles that are posted, and like a lot of people do, they have their artwork, or they've purchased the stones in the walkway to donate money on behalf of grandparents and such. So I know a change is needed. So I want to ask you, just want to mention a few things. There's an emotional expense to the proposed changes, and I'm going to email you guys some more details because I have a little bit more than 4 minutes to say. But as a taxpayer, I expect our education to be local, and I think we know that the growth, for example, in the New London and Forest area is happening for a reason. In Liberty Middle School, one of the teachers that's been calling us and asking for help with the current administration and superintendent's policies. When I've been coming and reporting some stuff to you, 9 of them quit. They left Bedford County. I've asked them to call you guys. They've reached out to some, weren't comfortable reaching out to the rest because they do hope some changes will be made, and then they'll be able to come back when there's a new superintendent. So anyway, I know I'm touching on a bunch of different things. So there's a financial cost. You guys are going to have to pay, or us taxpayers will have to pay more for buses, and lastly, I just want to say there are a lot of solutions. I ask that you please delay the decision till at least Thanksgiving. Please send detailed information to each household that will be affected, not just with kids. Ask for volunteers to do it first. Grandfather people in like us who have lived in a certain area. Another solution one of my children came up with is have the people in the new construction have them move. For example, I'm going to have to drive 15 miles. Someone else would have to drive 17. How about keep us in there? But I have other things that I'll just send you. And thank you for your time. I know you have a lot going on.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell.
You're welcome.
Amy Sneed.
Good evening. I brought a helper. I'm Amy Sneed. I'm the chapter chair of Moms for Liberty in Bedford County. I do live in District 7. First, I want to thank you for the votes that you'll cast tonight on the policy regarding parental notification in our libraries and curriculum. It serves all parents by allowing parents to make the decision as to what their child reads and engages with in the library. And I know that you all have put a lot of work into that. And I just want to say thank you for that. I know it's a lot of time and effort. And whether you know it or not, the policies that Bedford County is enacting are really being watched, not just across the Commonwealth, but really across the nation as a model for what other schools will do to champion for parental rights and education. So I just want to thank you for that. I also think it's worthwhile mentioning that I've talked with several families, including our own, who had students withdraw from Bedford County over the last few years that now have students returning to Bedford County. It's because of policies like this and the parental rights and teachers' rights resolutions that have restored our trust, and so we thank you for that. Speaking of policies, at the last school board meeting, Mr. Daniels introduced a promotion of patriotism policy that the IGA has been working on. We're really excited about that being implemented in Bedford County. And over the summer, I had the opportunity to see both Dr. Benjamin Carson and an up-and-coming author, his name is Adam Coleman, speak. And they spoke about the importance of patriotism and American culture. So as a show of our support, members of Moms for Liberty have collected copies of Dr. Carson's newest book for children, Why America Matters. We have a copy for each elementary school library in Bedford County. Our hope is that teachers will be able to use this as a tool for our young patriots as they learn about the history of our country. And Dr. Carson also shared some information that was new to me, and I wanted to share it. I know our teachers are diligently finishing up open house, but I know a lot of them will catch this online later, about his Little Patriots program. It's part of the American Cornerstone Institute. It's a free online curriculum for students in grades K through 5. So for teachers, there's awesome lessons, videos, all kinds of free resources and worksheets to use during that Promotion of Patriotism Week that centers around Constitution Day. So those are all available at littlepatriotslearning.com. I also mentioned having the opportunity to meet and talk with Adam Coleman about his book, Black Victim to Black Victor. In this, he shares his own story of struggles and challenges he's faced in life and how he's overcome them. I've been reading it this summer, and it's really incredible and inspiring. And as Dr. Carson said that same day, the person who has the most to do with what happens to you in life is you. So I asked Mr. Coleman what he thought about his book being available to our high school students, and he wholeheartedly agreed that it would be a great addition to our library. So we're donating 3 copies of that tonight as well. We hope his words inspire our students to think beyond their circumstances and achieve whatever they set their minds to. Our chapter was also contacted by an organization called Constituting America. They provided 13 copies of the book Our Constitution Rocks for our elementary school libraries. They also provide free resources, and these really are geared at the high school and middle school age. But they have webinars you can enroll in. You can receive free copies of the Constitution for your classes, and even cash prizes for teachers and students who submit projects and lesson plans that surround Constitution Day. So I encourage you to check out constitutingamerica.org to find out more. Both those websites provide a lot of information that would not add a whole lot to a teacher's to-do list because the resources are so well done and so well prepared. And just as a final moment, last August, I stood in Liberty High School's auditorium and met many of you for the first time, and many people who are sitting behind me for the first time. As speakers shared their experiences, I was writing my name and phone number down on little slips of paper and contacting other parents as we were speaking out against masking mandates and threats of vaccine mandates and policies from the VDOE. We didn't know how quickly this movement would grow. I just knew I was answering a call in my heart to do something. And I know this past year has been wild. We don't always agree on everything, but I think we can agree we're moving in a right direction, and we're excited about the next school year ahead. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sneed. Raymond Smith.
Good evening. My name is Raymond Smith. I live in District 7. Always wonderful to be here and get to talk to you all. I've got something to discuss in a moment, but I had a occurrence earlier in the week that I wanted to share with you all. 2 hours ago, I got back from a week-long trip to North Carolina for a baseball tournament. That was week-long, where 10 states from across the South came together to play the game of baseball. And in between innings and after games, I'm sitting talking with officials, with parents, coaches, and players. And education came into the conversation every single time. And it really just opened my eyes to how good we have it here in Virginia and in Bedford County. After listening to some of the worries that they have, stretching all the way from North Carolina down to Texas to Florida, Louisiana, they have horrendous issues that really make some of ours pale in comparison. They've said, we would gladly move to Virginia because our situations down here are so much worse. So we always have things that we wish to change and critiques, as any system should. But I would always ask that we be thankful for what we have here, because there are always possibilities for it to be much worse, as was told to me down there. And so I just had that, and I wanted to share it with you all how highly respected Virginia is in terms of education across the Southeast. But the purpose of why I wanted to come forward today was I wanted to talk about substitute teachers. For the last 3 years, substitute teachers have been important, more so than ever before, with teacher absences at record rates. And as we are waning off of COVID, I wanted to stress that we should still have an invested interest in substitute teachers. We shouldn't go backwards and not look at them so much as important because, oh, now we have staffing more regularly, so now we need to hold on. They're still very important. I'm one right now, and my time is waning off for it. But they're just so important. And every day that they walk in there, it's just a battlefield for them at every level. They're marching in there ready to serve and ready to do what they can to help the educational process continue on. And it's one of those situations where you do the work and you do it well, but then sometimes it just feels like, what am I appreciated? Am I valued? And so one thing that I just wanted to suggest to you all is there is a Substitute Teacher Appreciation Day that's celebrated nationally. It's not as prevalent here, and I think that it would just be an excellent idea to recognize all substitute teachers. It typically falls sometime in November, I think. And I think that would just be an amazing way to show appreciation for substitute teachers in this coming school year and all future school years. And then, to go even further, to recognize those who go above and beyond in substitute teaching. You have some who they come in and they watch the class and they make sure that nobody gets hurt and that the day goes on. But then you have some who take the extra mile and they get there 30, 45 minutes before they're supposed to, read the lesson plans thoroughly, make sure that everything is there, and then whatever holes are in the lesson plans, they fill them in. And they make sure that every single second of that time is used. You have some that go home and continue on with their lives, but then you have others who go home and educate themselves on how can I be a better substitute teacher. And so I would suggest that just like we have Teacher of the Year at a school, Substitute Teacher of the Year at a school, even 2 or 3 of them. It doesn't have to be a county final or anything, but just to show that you recognize those who excel beyond what the standard is, who go above and beyond for students to ensure that they get an education that is worthy of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Stephen Hill.
Hey, good evening. My name is Stephen Hill. I'm a resident of District 3, living right off of Good Road. I want to talk tonight about the rezoning effort, or the potential rezoning, and kind of talk a little bit about that. From my perspective, not only as a parent of a rising first grader, I have students coming in after that. Also as a residential land developer myself, talk a little about the time frames that we've kind of laid out here. I have a first grader at New London Academy. I have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, so we're coming up right behind with 2 others. Also, myself, I'm an alumni of New London Academy. Me and my wife, we built our house in 2018 after searching for several years for the right spot and the right location. One of the reasons that we picked where we picked was because of New London Academy. That was one of our top criteria that it had to have was, hey, I wanted my kids to go to the same school that I went to, same process, I'm comfortable with it. My mom taught there for years. It's just a comfortable situation for us. And I believe the board should really consider all the potential implications of rezoning children from a school that they've already grown accustomed to. They have connections with the teachers, the principals, the staff. Families chose the school zones, have moved to the area just to be here. I have several friends that moved to this area just to go to that school. There's also, will not only negatively affect children when they are into the schools, but also will affect the resale value of our homes. Why we picked there is part of the reason was the good school system there. There's a concern of transportation as well. We rely on the bus on the afternoon to get our son home. Many others rely on transportation. The proposal that has been laid out would eliminate that transportation element. That it would make it unrealistic for a lot of students to be even grandfathered in. If we move to Otter River, it's an additional bus ride. It's much longer. It would be one of those things where it would be almost unfeasible for our children.
As a member of the board of directors for the Home Builders Association and a residential land developer, I believe that the time frame that is laid out for the completion of this project, the towns at New London, is extremely aggressive. To have that to where we're all set up in a year, they haven't even broken ground yet. To my knowledge, Chris hasn't even pulled permits on this yet. So it's going to be a while before anyone's able to move into these towns. I would say at least 2 years before you're having a significant population in there. I would also consider not just focusing on high density developments, but also focusing on the single family developments. As someone who is a member of the homeowner association, but also in the construction community, Good area, specifically where Otter River is growing faster than a lot of the other areas as far as single family developments. And according to Mr. Blankenship's own numbers, those 3 and 4 bedrooms homes produce more children than a townhome or an apartment complex. You have Lockwood Estates, which is 32 lots, Bells Mill, Good Road, the Bellevue Terrace, Blue Ridge Farms, Screecham Hollow. All these add up to, I think I counted about 72 additional lots, which is, according to the numbers provided, about 32 to 34 students, which is more than they have adjusted for with the towns at New London. And so seeing that natural growth in the Otter River School Zone has me concerned that if this is proposed and we have to move schools, that what's to say in a few years we won't be having the same conversation moving to another school. So before I got up to speak this evening, I forwarded you a petition from Bedford County residents that are impacted by this potential rezoning effort. I challenge you not only to read the petition, but also to read the comments. A lot of people put comments in there about how it'll affect their family. I believe a real plan for the future of this area, New London's going to continue to grow. I know there are several proposed developments. I've been involved in several myself that we are looking into that area. I think the big value in this would be adding additional classroom space to New London Academy. It's a cornerstone of our community, and I think it deserves a chance to service the families who choose to build or buy a home in the New London district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Cindy Younghouse.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board. I'm Cindy Younghouse, District 4, and thank you again for this opportunity to address you. First of all, a big thank you to Mrs. Kirby and Dr. Bergen for supporting A Night with Kendall at the Academy Theater. It was a spectacular success in spite of some hateful, fearful discrimination from a noisy and grossly misguided few. And Mr. Hill, as representative of JF, you certainly missed a fun opportunity to support inclusivity, the arts, and safe spaces for all humans. Now that Cavalier Theater has $11,000 additional dollars for its wonderful program, please procure funds for much-needed improvements to Liberty and Staten River High School's auditoriums and arts programs. Supporting the arts enhances communities. Secondly, thank you for including the 25% consideration proposal in the presentations or the agenda today. Advancement of this proposal will go a long way in upholding your commitment to real support of our teachers. Also, thank you to Dr. Dewis and all involved in continued improvements to the HVAC systems. I know it's a long road, but it's getting there. Then it is important to note, draft policy IEA violates the First Amendment rights of students. Students cannot be compelled to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance or forced to opt out in writing. Court cases setting this legal standard for choice in the matter of the pledge are Gertz v. Onzel in 1973, Lip v. Morris, 1978, and Frazier v. Wynn, 2008, as well as several suits against school boards. IEA currently violates Virginia Code 22.1-202. Patriotism is not a coerced value. Patriotism is learned through proper teaching of truthful history, civics, and respectful acceptance of diverse nationalities. Please revise policy IEA prior to tonight's scheduled vote. Furthermore, the proposed changes to Code KLBR ignore the new and much lauded parental rights policy. A brilliant friend has pointed out parental rights are violated as soon as step 1 of a materials challenge. Without public notification of the complaint and which materials are in question, no other parents have the opportunity to express their own choices before material may be removed for all students. For unresolved challenges, it's not until step 2 that materials in question are specifically stated to remain in circulation during the review process. So a loophole exists, which may very well be exploited by some oppressive types with enough pressure on our valuable librarians. Not until step 4 is any mention of public notification regarding a materials challenge. So if a step 1 challenge is initiated, one which may result in access disruption for my students, it is my parental right and choice to be informed from step 1 and not waiting until a potential step 4. Please discuss this materials removal loophole this evening prior to a vote, and please at least add public notification in a clause in step 1 for the location and materials involved. KLBR as drafted seems to violate parent choice, free speech, and Virginia code. Finally, KLBR step 5, when the challenge remains unresolved, will return the ultimate decision to the purview of the school board, and their decision is final. Considering the men of the school board vote in lockstep with Mr. Hill and Mr. Hill's history of supporting immediate book removal, it is doubtful many challenge materials will have a reasonable chance of remaining accessible. In conclusion, I don't want my students' education limited by white Christian nationalist or homophobic agendas. Acknowledging and respecting diverse people and ideas, even controversial ideas in age-appropriate contexts, is essential for safe, high-quality public education with bright futures. And on that note, I wish everyone a bright, safe, diverse, and exciting 22-23 school year. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Younghouse. Heather Ferra. She here? How would you pronounce it? I don't want to butcher it. Ferrallo. Okay. Cindy Gillespie.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Cindy Gillespie, and I live in Franklin County, but I am the parent of 2 children, one that graduated from and one that is currently enrolled in State River High School. I'm also getting ready to start my 24th year of teaching math here at State River High School. Thank you for reinstating the steps for teachers and paraprofessionals. I also want to thank you for continuing to pay teachers for giving up their planning period to cover classes when we are unable to find substitutes. And also I wanted to thank you for approving the 3 days of bereavement. After the July board meeting, I went home and skimmed through most of the policies in the board doc website. I could not find a single one that stated that staff of Bedford County Public Schools are valued, held in high esteem, or supported by the school board. I proceeded to email Mr. Hill, Mr. Holbrook, and Mr. Daniels, and asked them to point me to the policies that they claimed existed, and I have yet to hear back from them. I was reminded yesterday at a faculty meeting that our division-wide faculty handbook states that I have 24 hours to respond to a parent email, and I've been waiting for almost a month for a response from our school board representatives. As a BCEA member, we have been concerned about the amount of time teachers have spent outside of contract hours. One of the policies that stuck out to me, and for the first time this year, we actually had to sign off stating that we have read the policy, GAA work schedule. It states that the workday for full-time licensed and professional staff will be a minimum of 7 hours and 30 minutes, and continues until professional responsibilities to the students and the school division are complete. Administrative meetings, curriculum development, public supervision, assigned duties, parent conferences, group or individual planning, and extracurricular activities may require hours beyond the stated minimum. I am aware that I'm a 200-day employee and only account for 193 of them during the school year. That means I owe Bedford County Public Schools 7 additional days, which is 52.5 hours per year, or about 5.25 hours per month. Anything beyond that is uncompensated. Policy GAA makes it sound like I can be required to spend an unlimited amount of time working for Bedford County Public Schools. This policy is one that needs immediate revision as proposed in the 25% consideration. I'm here to ask you to approve the 25% consideration. It has no added cost to our current school budget, but could go a long way in showing the support that you all claim to have for us as professionals for Bedford County Public Schools. It can only affect the teachers and staff duties that are not directly involved during school student supervision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. Nicole Shepherd.
Good evening. I'm Nicole Shepherd. I reside in District 1. First off, thank you for serving as members of the school board and advocating for the students and school staff of Bedford County. It's a challenging position, and I appreciate you. Secondly, thank you to all Bedford County school staff for the amazing job you do each day in transporting, feeding, educating, and supporting our students. I'd like to comment on statements made at the last school board meeting as reported by the Roanoke Times on Sunday, July 24th, and again on Wednesday, July 27th, in reference to review committees for books in public school libraries. I quote, "A review committee would form to include parents from all 3 high school zones and at least 1 library media specialist from a different library, teachers from all 3 school zones, students from all 3 zones, a community member unconnected to schools, and the concerned parent, and 1 school board member." Again, as reported by the article written by Shannon Kelly, Georgia Harrison suggested that a PTA executive member serve on this committee, and Dr. Mealy thought that would be a good idea for parent representation. In my opinion, the suggestion by Georgia Harrison and Dr. Mealy makes perfect sense and is an excellent recommendation. Individuals serving on PTA boards, either as an elected member of the executive committee or of a committee chair, have made the commitment beyond their own child to the students in their local school and to the children of Bedford County. The National Congress of Parents and Teachers, more commonly known as PTA, has been about parental involvement since its founding 125 years ago in February of 1897. Virginia PTA was chartered in April of 1921. Prior to that, community leagues were established throughout Virginia with parents and families advocating for education and community needs. PTA leaders are elected by parents in their school, and they hear complaints and concerns from parents across the school community. This places elected PTA leaders in a unique position of being able to consider and represent the concerns of their community and not their family's singular experience. PTA's mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. PTA's values are collaboration, commitment, diversity, respect, and accountability. PTA leaders, all volunteers across the 54 Congresses, serve 22,000 PTA units, 53% of which are Title I schools in the United States, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and Department of Defense schools in Europe. 4 million members serve 13.8 million students and support 760,000 teachers. PTA is parental involvement, and parents who serve on local school board committees or on committees with the Department of Education have made the commitment to education beyond their own children and speak for every child with one voice. As always, thank you for advocating for children and your commitment to the school board.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Ms. Shepherd was the last speaker signed up for tonight, so I'll close the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Hill, second from Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're going to pick up with item 3.02, update on student enrollment, staffing, and facilities.
Thank you. In this presentation, we'll review where we stand tonight in Bedford County Public Schools with regard to student enrollment, staffing, transportation, and facilities as we start school next week. We'll have an opportunity at the end for specific questions. As of the publication of this slide, we were showing an enrollment of 8,952 students coming in for next year, and that was nearly 200 ahead of our projection that had come last winter. This afternoon, when I checked that number again, as we're getting closer to school starting, that number was 9,024. So we do expect that there will be a decline in that number when school starts, as families and other schools let us know about students who may have moved away who haven't done that yet. But we are beginning to see a return of several families from homeschooling post-pandemic, and we'll update the board on this trend with more specifics after the start of school. We'll also be tracking membership during the first 10 days of school. And just as a reference point, we ended last school year with 8,841 students, projected a slight decrease, but may see an increase actually if these numbers hold.
Good evening. We have hired 90 new teachers, and 52 of those hired are 0-year teachers. For the 22-23 school year, 12% of our teachers will be new to Bedford County. We are currently 99% filled in our teachers. Vacant positions have long-term subs in place for the first day of school. So we have all but 8 out of 729 teachers. We also need to be fully staffed 1 nurse, and now that number of paraprofessionals, it changes on an hourly basis, is down to 12 paraprofessionals needed, 10 nutrition workers, and 6 custodians. All new staff attended orientation at Liberty Middle School on August 4th. New staff rotated to sessions on benefits, wellness, payroll, retirement, unified talent, and professional learning. New teacher orientation was held on August 5th all day at Liberty Middle School. Ms. Kirby welcomed new teachers to their lunch. Thank you for that. And their sessions included unpacking the standards, objective writing, overview of special education, Bedford County vision, mission, and culture, and Getting Started 101, how to start your school year with positive climate and culture. I would like to now turn it over to Pat Smith to talk about transportation.
Good evening. I'll start with the good news. Thank you for allowing us to purchase another 14 buses. We won't see the delivery of these buses until October, November, but I have to tell you the drivers are always excited when they get here, and we have one of the newest fleets in the area, and it's a point of pride for them. That's their office, and they appreciate everything you all do to provide them with a nice office. 2 of our drivers have received their electric school buses. They've been testing them out and learning how to plug them in. If you ask one driver, she'll tell you she's not real fond of this new bus, but she didn't like her last new bus, so, and now she was taking selfies with her old bus before she switched her stuff around. So I'm sure it's just something new. And the other driver, I think, is reserving judgment until she runs her route a few times and becomes accustomed to it. We have fully implemented our travel tracker program. Emails were sent to families this morning with their students' bus information, times. We did have a few glitches when we moved through that many students. We are going to make mistakes. We're getting more familiar with the program, and we have encouraged schools and parents to email or call us, and we will make the correction as soon as possible. We will also, unfortunately, be using the program to text families if or when we do not have coverage for buses. We have hired 5 new drivers. We still have 11 current vacancies. As of today, we have wrangled single route drivers into filling in. We've moved some people around. we're down to 2. Last year, Huddleston was our area where we needed help and support. This year, it's Montvale. But most concerning to me is it takes one phone call at 5 o'clock in the morning from a driver that they're sick, and we are tapped out. But we continue to move forward. We have 3 people in training that should be testing mid-September, 1st of September, mid-September, and should be able to finish up their hours behind the wheel and begin driving for us. We are also talking with the trainers about setting up a CDL prep class for a couple of Saturdays in October and December. We had great turnout last time. It was the first time we ever did it. We learned from it, and we gleaned about 5 drivers from it. And that was well worth it. The next 2 weeks are going to be interesting and busy, and we appreciate parent support and understanding as we creep around and make sure we don't miss anybody the first few days. We're going to be late getting to school in the morning, and we're going to be late getting them home in the afternoon, just so we make sure everybody gets on the bus they're supposed to be on and gets to where they need to be. I always say we never lose one, we just misplace them. They get on the wrong buses. And that is all I have for you right now.
Thank you, Pat. And we'll also use this as an opportunity for free publicity to recruit folks who are interested in being school bus drivers. It's a great part-time job for the right person, and might fit very well with a person interested. And we walk folks right through the process, as Pat says, with training and support, and compensate them in the end when they come to work for us. So we always are on the lookout for good folks to do that. Want also to talk a little bit about where our facility projects over the summer stand, so that you know where we are as we start the school year. The biggest effort in this area has been on replacing heating and cooling systems in 4 schools: Bedford Elementary, Boonesboro, Forest Middle, and Montvale. And at each of those schools, most units have been put into place. There are some units on back order in each of those areas, and some of those, the farthest out of those, will go on into November. Supply chain delays. We will be using existing systems if they're still functioning, to compensate until the new parts get in, and or we'll be putting and have been putting temporary units in place in several areas when the existing systems couldn't do the job. And so we are, all in all, these buildings with the new HVAC systems, and in a couple cases, Bedford Elementary and Forest Middle, new roof systems, we think will be in pretty good shape. As we heard earlier in public comment, there are still areas where our systems fail from time to time, and it's very hot. It was hot in the Stand River Gym tonight. It's been hot at, we heard it from a parent from Liberty today. Thomas Jefferson Elementary's had a number of issues with their system, and as you remember, with Thomas Jefferson and Goodview, they were on our hopeful list of using our COVID relief funds to replace those systems, and the bids, we just couldn't afford to do those systems when the bids came in with the amount of money that we had. They still remain priority areas, and I'm hoping that we can put some quick attention on being able to move forward with those, because if it takes as long to order those systems and get the equipment in as it has these, if we don't start soon, we may be in trouble the next time around, if we're planning on doing that next summer. So we'll talk more about that, of course, with our facilities committee and the board, but had to use this opportunity to plant that seed. We also have repaired Sewage lines at Forest Middle and Liberty High School, we've installed 30 water dispensers. Our own folks have done that, and there are 5 schools remaining still. We'll fit those in as we can. The Bedford Primary parking lot and drive paving project is done. 2 classrooms there have also been retiled. The kitchen air conditioning has been installed at Bedford Primary in Stewartsville. First time that's been in place in those schools. We have a new water heater at Jefferson Forest, and in addition to those kind of large things, another nearly 697 other work tickets our maintenance staff addressed over the summer as well. With regard to those HVAC systems, I think Mr. Hagler is going to update the board about, in the relevant committee soon, regarding available funds and COVID relief funds that may be available, and we'll just keep working on a plan to try to address the other areas that we need to address. So at this time, any of us are able to field your questions, and we'll certainly answer them if we can, or follow up if we can.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I have a question for Ms. Smith. Many times during the year, but especially the first day, and that parents are anxious, and you're late picking them up, you're late getting them home for 100 different reasons, all of which are good. Are we able to use our travel tracker to remind parents that we may be late picking your child up and we may be late delivering them back to you because it's the first few days of school?
I was going to send an email out to families Sunday. And I've also spoken with the principals of our elementary schools, because that's really where we get bottled up, because you know how hard it is to make sure that first day little people get where they need to go. So we're hoping we can start loading a bit earlier so we can pull out at the normal time and kind of catch up and make sure we get close to the time that's been published. And so many of our buses need to get to the middle high for a second run, and if they're late, it just is a snowball effect. So I was going to send that out, just a gentle reminder that, we'll be there, feel free to call, and we'll let you know. Fortunately, with so many of our buses with the GPS, we can tell them exactly where their child is. The bus is right here, it'll be there in 5 minutes. Mm-hmm.
Harrison?
The 8 teacher vacancies, can you tell us which subject areas and grade levels those 8 teachers are, where you need them?
Yes. I had it in my personnel folder.
And I will say that I certainly think both you and your team have really done a tremendous job in filling all the vacancies that our division had. So I applaud all of the work and time that you all put in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We have Liberty High School Ag Welding. There will be a long-term sub in place in that position, and we even have a prospective candidate that will be graduating in December. Liberty Middle School Library Media Specialist. Montville Elementary, VPI, all of these have long-term subs.
Okay.
Stanton River High School Earth Science. Stanton River Middle School Exploratory. Stanton River Middle School Adaptive.
Okay.
And those have been absorbed, but we still need to hire the position.
Okay.
Stewartsville Elementary, SPED General, and Susie Gibson Electricity.
Okay.
And the electricity students have been moved as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. And just to comment to Dr. Dewis, I am so happy for the work that the team has done. You guys are to be commended also, and I am thrilled that Boonesboro Elementary School has an HVAC system, along with the other schools too. But everybody knows I have really been working hard and cheering on for that school. So thank you, Dr. Dewis, and your hard work. That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, Pat, I was wondering, have we figured out the range on those electric buses yet?
No, we have not.
Okay.
We did take one for a test drive up to the Peaks of Otter. And that's how we found out there was an issue with one that we needed to send it back to Sunny's to get some work done to it.
Do you know what that was?
It overheated, the battery overheated. But the second bus, we did take it out on the driver's route, which encompasses Dickerson Mill to Rocky Ford, up to Phoenix Mill, and across Sharps Mountain. And both our shop foreman and the lead mechanic were very impressed.
Do you know what the battery life that was left after that?
It was down to 3/4 of a charge.
Questions? Okay, so, Dr. Dewis, all the buildings are cool. I just want to confirm that, because I've been getting tons of messages. I want to confirm all the buildings are
So
being cool.
in these new, with the schools with these new systems, either new units are in place, old units are buying time until the equipment comes in, or we've got temporary units in place. Are all the buildings cooling in every room? No. We're addressing tickets every day when we get reports of a hot gym or a hot classroom. And so our HVAC mechanics and our partners with Honeywell that we contract with, continue to address that. So, we're in much better shape than we were over the last few years. We've, taken care of over 1/3 of our schools with new systems. So, we're in much better shape than we were. But no, I can't promise today that every classroom will be cool. We certainly will do our best and are working hard to make sure we address it when they're not.
And did we ever get the PE office and the gym cooled at Liberty Middle School? I know we're having an issue with that.
I can follow up with you on that.
Okay, if you would, please, I would appreciate it. And Ms. Smith, how are you on substitute bus drivers? I mean, I understand that you have the shortage of the full
We have
ones.
like 3.
Yeah, but you only have like 3.
Mm-hmm. And they're
So
driving.
we need, everyone note, we need full-time bus drivers and we need some substitutes.
Yes.
So that wouldn't take a huge time commitment, just a couple of days, whatever needed.
And you can say no. If you want to be a substitute, say, hey, I can't do it this day, but I'm available these days, and we will give you a call. We've had a lot of people that are interested in driving field trips, athletic events. So we're happy to train you to do whatever you want to do. It'll help us in every way.
Thank you very much. And thank everybody for your time and effort into that. Okay. Dr. Calvert, the 25% consideration.
If I don't click, please someone say click. On May 12th, 2022, during the public comment section of the Bedford County School Board meeting, the president of BCEA presented a proposal for 25% consideration for employees. The 25% consideration requested have 5 parts. Per board request, I've met with the instructional team to provide pros and cons to this recommendation for board review. The first 2 requests are combined because they both address time spent before and after school. Request number 1 is that teachers spend no more than 25% of the professional work week in before or after school meetings. The example that was given is a 5-day work week, 1.25 days per week could be spent. Item number 2 requests that teachers spend no more than 25% of the workday in before or after school meetings. The example that was given for a 7.5-hour workday, that would equal no more than 1.8 hours total per week of required time. The time expectations vary weekly for teachers, depending on meeting requirements. This expectation would limit and standardize time expectations for all teachers. which would assist teachers with family responsibilities and childcare, and many other things, I'm sure. The concerns that we had, there are a variety of meetings that are based on student need and parent concerns, happen including 504 IEPs, SCTs, parent-teacher conferences. Some of these meetings are scheduled far in advance, and some are within a few days because of parent concern or student need. Meeting participants are specified by position and expertise by federal and state regulations. In addition, participants are expected to have knowledge of the student in question, so you cannot have random coverages for meetings. To restrict staff availability would place the division out of compliance with regulations governing programs for students with disabilities. It's SCT IEP 504. There are also many meetings frequently directed by Administration for School Improvement. Faculty meetings, leadership meetings, committee meetings, department, grade level meetings. If a teacher had a faculty meeting during the week, then following this consideration, they would not be available for an IEP 504 or SCT meeting. Some weeks there are needs for multiple meetings, and some weeks there are none. There's not regular scheduled, they are staggered based on need. So it would be very difficult to serve our student population with these restrictions. The next item, virtual option. Teachers and professional staff should be allowed to attend at least 25% of required meetings virtually. The example that was given was that if a teacher is slated to attend 4 IEP meetings, at least one of them could be virtual. This again would give teachers consistency, consistent time they would leave school to address childcare, family responsibilities. Our concerns for IEP 504 and SCT meetings, we are currently requiring that if you are on site, you must attend in person to these meetings. We did have concerns from parents over lack of engagement and staff participating virtually. Meetings normally happen immediately before or after school, so staff attending virtually would either require the teacher to leave early to arrive home for a meeting, or the teacher would have to attend virtually on a cell phone while traveling. Staff attending meeting in cars or while driving home with children would cause confidentiality concerns. The 25% consideration would also cause inconsistency with some students having teachers attend in person and some virtually. We would want to ensure the same level of participation for all of our students. For other meetings, such as faculty, committee, grade level, department, if teachers were able to choose what 25% of required meetings they can attend, then administrators cannot effectively plan for a faculty meeting. Some activities will only work if participants are meeting in person. The principal would not be able to anticipate who would participate remotely and who would attend in person. Many meetings are to collaborate with peers to analyze data. This in-person discussion is essential for student success. As teachers asserted during the pandemic, virtual teaching does not promote the same level of teacher interaction and student engagement. The same would be argued of virtual meeting participation, in which it will not promote interaction and member engagement. Face-to-face interactions are important to provide the full scope of professional knowledge, understanding of instructional practices, and the opportunity for member engagement. I'm very pleased on the next item to say that the item number 4, first of all, was at least 25% of teacher workdays after the start of the school year should be including a remote work option. The current resolution in support of teachers and staff of Bedford County Schools, approved on July 14th, allows for 2 non-instructional workdays to be given as a remote option. Those days will be October 17th and March 13th. Teachers will be able to use those as a remote work option. So this item, number 4, has been completed. So that's excellent. Item number 5 has also been completed and actually exceeded a little bit. This was the consideration for bereavement leave. They requested that all staff should have 2.5 days per year that can be taken for bereavement before it dips into employee sick leave. Regulation GCBDR was revised on April 6, 2022. Staff may request up to 3 days per year following the death of an immediate family member. This category has been added to SmartFind and does not use the employee's accrued sick leave. So that has been established. I also think it's important, which was mentioned earlier, to recognize that we are very gracious in Bedford County by giving teachers 7 unassigned work days during the school year. Teachers are on a 200-day contract, but only report to work 193 days. 7 days are given to teachers to account for the hours that they work, many hours, before and after school. This does not include, of course, additional days may be caused by inclement weather. We do not require them to document activities or account for time on these unassigned days. We know that they are professionals and will work until the job is complete.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. End of year financial report, Mr. Hagler.
Good evening. Here to kind of give an update on how we ended the year last year on the financials. These are unaudited financial statements, so as we go through the audit, these may change, but this is a snapshot and usually doesn't change too greatly, and so kind of give you a briefing on that. Got to remember to do that. On the revenue side, after we made our supplemental adjustments, supplemental appropriations, we received about $262,000 more than we had budgeted, the revised budget. So that worked out pretty well. Kind of came in very close. I would say the biggest variance right there at the end of the year was Medicaid money that came in on June 28th, which I was not expecting until the following year, and that was like $250,000. So that's the biggest thing. So called it pretty close, looking at it, even from the third quarter and second quarter. So pretty happy with how the revenue came in. One of the biggest changes also that really strengthened our revenues, sales tax was just phenomenal this year. There's been years that it's been negative, and it kind of puts a strain on our budget. This year it was into the positive, so a lot of sales tax was flown in both into the county and to the school system from the state. They do deduct that from your basic aid. There's a formula that you don't get 100% of that, but it still helps you out, and you get it works out well for us when it's very strong. So very pleased to report the revenue side came in very strong. Any questions on the revenue and how we ended the year? Okay. On the expenditure side, kind of came in about where I expected. We had been projected to come in under budget throughout the year. You can see the results there, about 1.8 million under projection. So when you combine both the revenue coming in over and the under on the expenditure side, about $2.1 million ending balance is what I'm projecting. That went too far there. There's the expenditure side. Once the audit's complete or fairly complete, then I will bring to this board recommendations to reappropriate that money towards one-time expenditures, which could include CIP, maintenance fund items, might have some go into the health fund because a lot of the COVID expenditures that we experienced, I'll talk about that when we get to the last page on the balance sheet. And we may need to put some over into actually our operating fund for technology expenditures. We went after a grant, Dr. Hoisenton and the technology. So we postponed buying our teacher computers until this year that were budgeted last year because the grant was only available if we actually made that purchase this year. So we may have to reclass some of that money to recognize to offset that purchase, but we'll see how much we get on the grant to offset that total amount. So there may be a little bit that we have to put into the technology fund for that one-time expenditure. Already discussed that with my counterpart at the county, and that's a routine practice that they do also because of delayed shipments and things like that. So we'll be bringing that back after I talk to the Finance Committee. Once we know this, we have final numbers, and then we'll bring that to you, and then we'll take it to the Board of Supervisors for reappropriation. Any questions on ending year? Phenomenal year, ended real strong. Typically, years, we usually end up with about $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 at $110 million budget. That's pretty close. This is a little bit stronger ending at the end of the year. Biggest concerns mid-year were fuel prices. Transportation came in on budget, so very pleased with that. And as you look at it, the maintenance department was the one that was really, very close to maxing out their budget. So we'll have to continue to keep our eye on that as far as repair and replace electrical costs and also fuel. Okay. There's more detail on each one of those departments over the next 2 pages, but we'll go down to the back page where I'll brief on the other funds that we have. First of all, the nutrition department. Phenomenal year. It was a year where the federal government was allowing each kid to eat to have their lunch for free. So in all of our schools. So the participation was greatly increased, and the federal reimbursement rate provided more than covered the expenditure side for that. So you can see the net profit or loss for the year was almost $1.6 million to the good, which really boosted up our nutrition balance sheet. With that, with the Finance Committee, we had briefed and talked about that. Nutrition Department's looking at that. Some of that money can be used for, some capital upgrades for equipment that might need to be done, and they're diligently looking through that and seeing what they can spend some of that money on to upgrade some of the equipment in our cafeterias. The textbook fund, you can see there that we have an ending balance of about 1.1. That's reserving for the entire adoption was not complete. We're still waiting for our state guidance on some of that, so we did not procure all the adoption textbooks. And so once we get final word on that and the instructional department moves forward on that, then we'll expend the rest of that money. But we were waiting for guidance from the state. They have still, as far as I know, they have still not given that. Dr. Woodford, they have not given that yet. So once they give that guidance, we'll move forward and brief the board on that and move forward. But I've got that money reserved because that was committed, and we're moving forward with that as soon as we get the go-ahead for that. Maintenance reserve fund, if you look at that balance, you're going, boy, that's calling it pretty close. That's on a cash basis. We spend the money before we get it back, so there's quite a bit of the CARES Act money that is really accounts receivable. We've already claimed it. It's coming in July, and I made a footnote to the side. There's $2.1 million in accounts receivable out there. That money's actually flowing in July and August. We've already put the claims in there. We're just waiting to receive that. That will boost that fund back up quite a bit. Managing that fund is really for the Facilities Committee and looking at how much money do we have locally, how much money is free from the CARES Act for HVAC issues. And Dr. Dewis leads that committee, and I assist with looking at the numbers on that. Once we get into the year this year, we had budgeted some money of CARES Act money for the operating fund for learning loss. Once we get a good gauge of how much money we're spending there, any unspent money there may be an opportunity to reclass and move over to the CIP fund or the maintenance reserve fund to do other projects. So I should be able to update Dr. Dewis and the executive team on that probably early September, once we know how we're staffing the schools and where we've put that money to use. Last fund is self-insured health fund. Kind of a rough year. You can see we began the year with $6.2 million in reserve, ended with about 5.3, almost $1 million, reduction there. That's why I might make the recommendation to the board that we might want to use some of that carryover money to kind of boost that fund back up. A lot of those expenditures were related to COVID, and I think there was over $1 million kind of tagged, $1.2 million that were directly related to COVID expenditures that our consultants had guided us. So still in very good shape. No need for concern. We did go up on our rates this year, which will probably put about another $500,000 in there just on our increased rates for the 23 year. But just to give you an idea, our run-out claims, if we were to stop being self-funded and went fully funded, good estimate is about $2.1, $2.2 million that we would need to do that. You've got the reserve so you can deal with any year that you have a bad year, like this year. This year was the worst one that we had probably in 5 years. So that's why we had to go up on the rates to accommodate for some of that. And we'll see, we'll have to watch that, and hopefully we have a better year next year. So we look in very good shape across the board. And as we just started the year, but November and December will come around quick, and we'll get into budget season. All these funds have to be considered along with our operating fund for the long-term sustaining of our kids and giving them what they need, facility-wise, textbook-wise, and our employees on their health insurance. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Hagler? Ms. Field?
So you said the rates went up.
Yes, sir.
Can you give me rates for who, what?
The health insurance rates, it was part of the budget process. They went up, we went about 5% up on our health insurance rates. So the school board's paying more, and also employees are paying more for their health insurance. For an employee only, I believe the employee only, full 100% employee, I think it went up like $5, like $5 a month. The school board, what we had put in place is that I think the employees are bearing about 20–25% of the increase, and then the school board's covering about the other 75–80% of that.
Yeah, and I just want to add, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hagler, that actually our provider wanted us to go up 15% or more.
Yes.
And Mr. Hagler was able to work it so that he had a much lower rate.
Since we are self-funded, we rely on our consultants to guide us. They come in and brief a committee and kind of brief us on how the year's going. When we're setting our budgets and our rates, we're doing that in March, which you have three more months of claims that you don't know what they're going to be. So they're very conservative on that. So sometimes they'll come in and say, well, we're recommending 12 or 13% increase. We can cut that down because if the year's looking pretty good. So it's kind of like looking at what our reserves are, what do we think's happening, high dollar claims that are happening at the moment that we think we have exposure on, and so you have to do that. So we went out with a 5%, even though they're recommending higher, and we're going to see how this year goes. So if this year goes well, hopefully we don't have to go up on our rates next year. If we have another bad year this is ongoing, that it's going to be this high, we'll have to go up some more. My concern there is inflation's hitting all sectors. So I would imagine this sector is being hit also, and there may be more pressure on our health insurance next year, but we'll have to wait and see. A lot of, when you look at insurance, 10% of your, this is not a bad thing. This is what insurance is for. The ones that are healthy help pay for the ones that are sick, and I'm glad to do that. If I'm healthy, I want to make sure, and we kind of pull our resources together. So please, no one take this as a hit. But high dollar claims account for 70% of your cost. So there might be 10 to 20 claims. 4 to 5% of your population is accounting for 50 or 60% of the claims. That's why we have a wellness policy, and that's why we try to encourage our employees, do everything you can to prevent a catastrophic injury. We want them healthy and well, but also the claims can get real high when there's a catastrophic event. Some cannot be avoided. Some, hopefully, through healthy lifestyles can be avoided. And that's where we all want to work together to maintain this so we don't have to go up on our rates and more money can go into salaries in other areas. So.
One more question. Hold up on the textbooks. Do we know what that is? Why we're...
I will defer to Dr. Whitford on that.
We don't know. They are just, I think they're going back through their process and relooking at books, but we've not heard anything really. They started giving us dates early in the spring that they might be ready, and then when they weren't, they just said, we'll let you know. So.
Okay, so we're truly waiting on the state.
We truly are, yes.
Oh,
Taylor, you mentioned that last year all the schools had free lunches? Right.
That was the program that, yes, the federal government provided
So
for that.
this year, all of them but Forest have it, correct?
Yeah, I'll let Dr. Dewis, answer that question.
Yes, so with the end of pandemic relief funds for meals, we're reverting back to the way the system worked prior to COVID. So
Okay.
folks will fill out a meal application. It will be reviewed for their income and household size, and the formula will be followed to see if they qualify for free meals, in addition to other criteria that can be considered. What's changed a little bit, or expanded, I guess, during the pandemic, is that we went from 2 schools just going into that time now to 12, 13, who qualify under what's for free meals for the whole school under a program called Community Eligibility Provision. It's a different program from the COVID relief funds, but for families, it's all the same effect. The meals will be free for all families in that school, and it's based on a federal formula that just shows that those schools qualify. Our district as a whole doesn't qualify, as some school districts do, and that's another way of looking at it, but some of our schools do, and so we certainly wanted to extend that benefit to, and that federal benefit to all who could qualify for it. It helps. I think you've seen more kids eat when those meals are provided, and certainly the revenue to the program is healthy. And in the schools that did not qualify under that community eligibility, the families are invited and encouraged to fill out applications for meal assistance, and we'll process those as soon as we can and get back to them quickly on whether they qualify.
That's it?
Yeah, Mac, Dr. Dewis, on the whole forest communication, is that being shared at a open house? Is it the principal sharing? Because there's some, I guess, miscommunication that we, Bedford County Public Schools, chose which schools we were going to provide lunch to versus those that we were not. And so I heard you loudly say, clearly say just then, that parents can still apply for reduced or free lunch.
Right.
I wonder how that's been communicated within the Forest area, because we want to make sure parents who qualify for that understand that they can still get the free or reduced lunch.
They sure can, and yes, they sure can. And we've put it out on our webpage and through social media as a district. We've also gotten that information out to schools, and if the feedback is that more people need that information, we can certainly get it out other ways. We don't want to deny benefits to anyone who qualifies, no matter where they live. And these aren't decisions that we made. We certainly applied for those community eligibility programs because they benefit lots of folks, and are encouraged to do that by the state Department of Education. So,
yeah. There's
Dr. Dewis, just one sort of a question, maybe not a question. Like fellow board members, I also have received emails and phone calls regarding what seems to be a bit of confusion regarding parents in the Forest area not being able to apply for free and reduced lunches. I would say that the information that you all put out there on your website, it was very clearly stated that parents certainly could apply.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just really encourage our parents certainly to take a few minutes and really go back and reread that post from the Bedford County school system. It very clearly states that schools parents can still apply. I think it's great that we have programs that's meeting the needs of schools that have high percentages of free and reduced students and families there, that those schools are able to receive school-wide their free lunches and all, and breakfast and everything. But again, the website, it says it. It's there. So I hope that this clears up everything for those parents who have been a big concern about the forest zone being excluded.
Right. And just to say, the meal application can be in paper. Schools have copies. The online application is very quick to use, and feedback can be very quick as well. And it may be just more helpful to think about this. I mean, we divide our schools in zones for feeder patterns and lots of other, educational reasons. These decisions are not based on that at all. They're based school by school. So it's really a collection of individual schools, and that in this case happen to, to also to kind of match our high school feeder patterns. But that's not how those decisions are made.
Questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagler. And Dr. Lewis? Okay, item 4.01, policy updates. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, Madam Chair, the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee recently met on August 1st to review some proposed revisions to 10 policies. As we do for every board meeting, there's a link within the agenda for the board members and anyone from the public. If you want to read all of the changes in the red line version, they're readily available to you through the published agenda. I'll just highlight just a couple of the policies because of the significance of their changes. Policy CLA, reporting acts of violence and substance abuse, is being updated to conform with revisions in the state code about which incidents we as a school division must report to law enforcement and vice versa, what law enforcement must report to the school division. And this is just in the overall effort of making sure that schools are safe and that we have good communication between law enforcement and school divisions. Policy EB, School Crisis Emergency Management and Medical Emergency Response Plan, is also being updated to conform with changes in state code. This is really a very good thing. The state has funded all the schools in the Commonwealth to have digital mapping done so that when first responders are coming into a school for any reason, that they can pull up on a smart device or whatever technology available to them, a digital map of the school that they're entering. And we are well on our way to meeting that requirement with the change in state code and availing ourselves to the reimbursement for the cost of that from the funding. Policy JCE, non-residents, the administration brought to the committee, and we're recommending to the board that we broaden the ability for tuition waivers for children of all full-time employees. Currently, the policy is for teachers that they can bring their children. We just think that this should be something that anyone who works for Bedford County Public Schools, if they don't happen to live within our county and they want to, but they work for us, that they can bring their children to school without paying a tuition. And there are some, a small number, but there are some employees who, they don't work for us, they work for an agency with which we have a working relationship, and their primary work assignment is in one of our buildings. So for those select few individuals, we want to extend the same courtesy that they can bring their children, since their primary work location is within one of our buildings. And then lastly, KNAG, relations with law enforcement authorities, is really the same language as CLA, but it appears in two different sections of the policy manual. So we're making the same changes to both policies. The other 6 policies are largely changes in structure of the policy or grammar to make some consistency with changes we've made in other policies. Again, all of the changes are available to you and the public, and I would encourage everyone to review them before we ask you to take action a month from now. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer any questions of our members of the committee about any of these 10 that were reviewed on August 1st.
Dr. Mailer?
Yes, the fees one, the schedule for the fees and charges and that you've given us a list of the fees.
Yes.
The high school dues that say $7 to $27 and funds will be used for student events, those are non-mandatory charges, correct?
So a couple things. I'd be happy to answer that question now. It's also the next item on the agenda for the board to approve the fees for this school year. So I can take the question. I can have Dr. Wolf Woodford answer that question now or on the next agenda item, whatever you.
Matt, and do it all at one, do it when we go to take the vote, please.
Just in response to the question, the current policy requires that we change the policy every year because the actual dollar figures are embedded in the policy. And just for ease of communication with the board, we're suggesting that we move the actual references into regulation. You still are going to need to approve it. So a year from now, we'll ask you to approve it within regulation. This year, we're asking you to approve it within policy.
Any other questions regarding the policy updates? Thank you. 4.02. I was thinking after last meeting, a couple of meetings we've had this year, and we've talked about it, and I haven't been able to find it in writing. I know we all understand that we're going to try to do informational 1 month and then voting the next. One, to allow us time to think about it, and two, to allow time to hear back from everyone that is concerned with the proposals. And I would like to add this to our bylaws, policies, and procedures that we have been working on that we said that we were going to go by. I'd like to add it to the end of Article 7, Section 2 is the third item under there, and this is the wording that I had proposed. And I would like to bring it up for a vote next month. But if anyone has any changes or thinks it needs to be changed, let's work on it between now and then too. Okay, now, let's see, let's go ahead and move down to 9.01. Is that correct? The approval of policy updates presented at the July 14 meeting. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, ma'am. At the last board meeting, the administration shared recommendations from the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee meeting of June for revisions to 8 policies and 1 regulation. Since we last presented these items for information, there's been further review by legal counsel, and I want to bring to the board's attention, as we signaled when we posted the agenda, that we are recommending in policy IEA, Pledge of Allegiance, there was a section within the policy that's in current policy that should not be struck, and that is specifically a reference to students being permitted to stand or sit at their desks during the recitation of the pledge. That is within Virginia Code. Students, through their own volition or through the wishes of their parents, have a constitutional right to sit or stand during the pledge. We certainly encourage children to stand during the pledge, but they have a right to not stand. So when the board takes action tonight, we have restored those words to the proposed policy as it's posted on board docs. So when you're voting tonight on that policy, you would be voting to keep the words sit and or stand at their desk within that section of the Pledge of Allegiance. Otherwise, all of the other revisions to that policy are moving forward as presented by the administration on behalf of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions or defer to the 2 members of the IGA if there are any questions about any of the 8 policies and 1 regulation that are up for action tonight.
Questions. And I asked for the board's indulgence because the July 14th meeting, many of you know, I had very significant family health issues, so I did not get a chance to really review these. So I just have a few questions. And I want to say up front that for policy IEA, I do not disagree with the flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, the contents of this policy, but I do have a concern about how we've written it. So if somebody could help me understand, we have a policy in our manual that says we need to have an intent statement in each policy that we write. So what is we call it the purpose. You know, what's your goal? What do you intend to do with this? And that seems to be missing here. We have a belief statement here, but we don't have an intent statement. So I was just trying to understand why the committee decided to go with a belief statement rather than an intent statement, how we came to that. Does anybody know that?
I would say the purpose is to promote patriotism, and I think that with renaming it, that is is the purpose.
Well, yeah, but our policy states that we have to make an intent statement, and that's a title. It's clearly labeled as a title. And
Promote patriotism? Promote patriotism?
is your title.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
so
we can also make that the statement as well, but that's what we're trying to state.
Well, what we need to have there is something that's going to state our intention. Why are we writing this? If you're going to entitle it Promotion of Patriotism, then what's the purpose behind this? And it might be something just as simple as to provide direction. I mean, I'm writing this in my head right now, but provide direction about recitation of the pledge, display of the Bill of Rights, and
Right. It says the school board believes the appreciation of our country is promoted by the ceremonies and observances held in the schools. It is the belief of the school board that students must be taught good citizenship skills that include respect for our country, our flag, and the sacrifices of our service members and their family.
right, but that's a belief statement. That's not a purpose. That's what I'm concerned about.
That's the purpose.
Well, a purpose tells you what you're going to do.
We
So
can
what you're
argue
going to do-
definition, but that's the way it's written.
Sorry, say that again?
We can argue definition, but
Well,
that's
what
the
I'm
way it's
saying
written.
is, if we look at all of our over 240 other policies, there is only one that has a belief statement, and that's a very unique policy. I can tell you what that is if you need to, but all the others, we work on something within them in terms of the board that says the board recognizes, the board supports, the board maintains, the board encourages. I think we really need something
So what's the difference in the board supports and the board believes?
well, because believes is, what we have here, I think is more subjective. It's not, I'm not talking about what I believe in with a purpose statement. I'm telling you how we're going to do it. So like after you leave off the believe statements, everything you said, we're going to fly the flag in the grounds of every school, everything you've done there explains how we're going to do this, but we need a statement that explains what we're going to do. Other policies will say, the purpose is to provide the guidelines for administering sick days. The purpose might be Bedford County Schools guidelines with regard to, or direction with regard to safety procedures followed by bus drivers. It's a short, sweet, this is why we're writing this.
It's in here. It is the belief of the school board that students must be taught good citizenship skills that include respect of our country, our flag, and the sacrifices of our service members and their families.
Right, but it doesn't tell you how you intend to do it.
Okay, can I just say something here, and just wondering if this would satisfy it? Underneath where IEA, where it says purpose, the school board believes the appreciation of our country is promoted. Okay, could we do something like it did at the top, instead of saying the school board believes, could we just put in to provide an appreciation of our country? That would satisfy it.
That's very subjective, because how are you going to, the purpose should be you're telling us how you're going to do that. I mean,
That's what the whole policy is for, to back it up.
that is what, I'm sorry, say that again?
This is what the body of the policy is to back up your purpose. So to purpose, if you just want to make it a purpose statement, then it simply replace the first 2, 3, 4, 5 words and replace it with to provide an appreciation for our country. That would automatically provide a purpose, and then the body of the policy provides the support for the purpose.
I disagree with that, but we'll leave that there. The other thing I would like to say is number 8, where it says flags of countries representing the many nations of the world, provided they are shown in the common areas of the school building. I won't read the whole thing. Does that also apply to foreign language classrooms where teachers may be displaying the flag of the country, of the language they're studying? Often they do that.
That would fall under number 3, such flags as are used as a part of a temporary unit of study within the approved curriculum.
Okay, it wouldn't be temporary, that would be all years. Is that understood? Can we strike out temporary?
Approved by the principal.
But temporary slash,
Or could we just eliminate used as part of a unit of study?
Yeah, that would work.
I'm not interested.
Trying to compromise.
Okay, so the way I read it now is that our foreign language teachers would not be able to have those flags anymore. Because, when you say flags or banners approved by the principal and athletic director, that sentence continues, that represent a community, business, or group, and then goes on. I don't think we want to have teachers take that out of their classrooms. Why is that so objectionable?
Well, number 8 also goes on to say, in a manner and for purposes approved by the superintendent, provided that no such flag may be as large or as prominent as the American flag.
Yeah, but the first part says, provided they are shown in the common areas of the school building, and that wouldn't be a common area. It would be a, French classroom or a Spanish classroom.
We could go in, I would be okay to add such flags as are used as a part of a temporary unit and/or approved within the study by the principal within the approved curriculum.
Go ahead.
I'm
You go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, certainly, I think that is certainly an option, Mr. Hill. I'm thinking of some classes, particularly in the high school and middle school, that often teach units regarding other countries that can certainly extend into a semester or maybe even a year. So using the word temporary, to me, hinders them, puts the brakes on them from displaying the flag for that particular country or that unit for the entire year. Because, as you're teaching various units, teachers are going to help students make connections. So oftentimes they may be teaching a subject or teaching an SOL, and then they have to go and refer back to a previous SOL to make that connection or to help the students make the connection. And often using visuals can help them.
I would be willing to take out the temporary.
Okay.
Such flags as are used as a part of a unit of study within the approved curriculum must stay.
Absolutely.
That's fine.
That's just, I'm one of 7, so I just.
Well, we appreciate you, Mr. Hill, agreeing with us.
I would also say that one of my other questions about it was that when we put these items in our index, which is on the left-hand side, in order to make it easy for people who don't access the manual a lot, I think that when you have promotion of patriotism, we should, underneath it, if we can do this, Ms. Johnson, put Pledge of Allegiance motto, because people are not going to know where to find that. I mean, if we know because we're all here, but if somebody's saying, well, I wonder what they say about the pledge, it's not going to be an easy find for them. And I think we should list those things that are within that policy of promoting patriotism.
Hopefully when people think of Pledge of Allegiance, they think of patriotism, so.
Right, but if they're looking specifically, they may not, you know, it would just help I think our readers to say, here's where these things are housed.
You can do a search and Pledge of Allegiance, and it comes up, so. I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm not interested in that. I think
What am I trying to do?
you're trying to tie the other two policies that are retired back into this title.
No,
And
I'm
that's not what we're
I'm-
wanting to do.
No, I'm not.
So-
I'm just trying to say, make it easier so word it however you want.
I did, promotion of patriotism.
Okay, well, that's not going to make it easy. I also have another question. Has our attorney reviewed this the way it's been written? And what did he say about that specifically?
Come back with the change that we made of what was needed to be changed, which was the sit. And he added some, I'll have to let Dr. Bergen as far as the different changes, but they were word changes or different.
Do you remember what those were, what his concerns were?
I can give you a couple specific examples. One was in number 5, flags or banners approved by the principal or athletic director that represent a community or business or group that monetarily support. He thought there are other ways that organizations support us other than monetarily, you know, in-kind services. And I shared that feedback with the members of the committee. But specific to your question, the one area where he had concern legally was that we had struck from the original policy as it exists in policy today on Pledge of Allegiance about sitting or standing at their desk. So we've rectified that under advice of legal counsel. The rest of the legal counsel suggestions were wording. He might have, you know, suggested we word in a different way. I provided that feedback to the committee for their consideration. But there wasn't anything illegal or out of compliance with code with anything else within the policy in his interpretation.
What wording did he find that was objectionable?
I wouldn't say he used the word objectionable. He just,
Concern,
he
whatever word
gave
you want.
caution that if we were to ask him to write a policy, he might choose to word it differently, but he deferred to the board to choose whatever words the board wanted to use to communicate their desire to promote patriotism.
Like I said, I totally agree with what we're trying to say here about the flags, the pledge, the civics education. Oh, I have one other question too. With regard to our civics education, did we at all speak to Ms. DeLong Moorfield? Did we include her in this discussion about civics education at all? And
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, Dr.
did
Mead.
we include Ms. DeLong Moorfield in a discussion of civics education part of this, since she's our supervisor over that?
I didn't have a conversation with her. No.
And we don't think that's important to do?
I would say she was in the D-Day, or part of the D-Day memorial this week taking a tour, so, but no, I didn't go over it. That's not something that's an option. These are the things that we're saying we want to be taught. And so as the supervisor, my expectation is she's going to work with the executive team to go implement the policy that we are implementing.
I just think quite a bit of that's already in our curriculum. That's why I wondered if she had any input. Again, I will tell you, I do not disagree with the flags or the pledge or the civics education, patriotic holidays. I do not disagree with the content, but the way it's written, I just don't feel it's written the way our other policies are written, and I think it should be.
Can I ask, Ms. Johnson, can I ask you one question? And this is something Dr. Maley just mentioned, that if we do a search engine within board docs for the codes, and we were to punch in Pledge of Allegiance, since it is a subsection of this policy, would it come up? Would you be able to find it if you did a search, a general search engine for Pledge of Allegiance or flags or civics education? Would that come up?
You're asking if you do a search in Board Docs?
Yes.
Yes, so any word will come up. Board Docs it's good, but it can be a little clunky. What it will come up as, you can select whether you want to search policies only, whether you want to search agendas, whether you want to search minutes. If you don't specify where in Board Docs you want to search, it will show you everything. But you can select to search within policies. You can say pledge, you could say freedom, you know, whatever word you choose to search. Select policies, and it will show you, it will bring up every instance, every document where that word is listed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to reflect a little more on that question about the section on civics education. The first several sentences repeat state code that the Bill of Rights and national motto will be posted in every school. It then goes on to say that the 17th day of September shall be recognized as Constitution and Citizenship Day. That happens everywhere. It always has. So that's just repeating what we would do, but we're letting the public know that we participate in citizenship and Constitution Day. And then the end of that paragraph says, to that end, students should learn about these documents and its importance that's embedded within the division curriculum. So
Right.
that would be her responsibility to find where it is in our curriculum that children would learn about the Bill of Rights, the national motto, the Constitution, our nation's history. And it ends with, and this was my direct input, and I think we're all thrilled with this part of the policy. And I did discuss this with Dr. Woodford, and I know she discussed it with Crystal, and I know they discussed it with the D-Day Memorial, that we ensure that all of our students do visit the Bedford Boys Tribute Center and the National D-Day Memorial at least once in their 13 years in Bedford County Public Schools, because we embed it into the curriculum. And I asked through Dr. Woodford that Crystal meet with those organizations and figure out the best place to do that. So in a long-about way, no, I didn't personally speak with our supervisor for social studies about the wording, but I am empowering her or him or whoever is in that position to implement Constitution Day and visits to the D-Day Memorial.
I mean, that's in our curriculum, and we approve that, so it's not a question of not doing that. Like I said, I totally agree with it. It's just, I think that it's not written, the policy isn't written the way our other over 240 policies are written, and it's not the precedents we've always used.
Madam Chairman, just to kind of follow up with Dr. Bergen's statement, as long as I can remember, as long as the D-Day Memorial has been where it is, Dr. Bergen, teachers from kindergarten to seniors, they have always took field trips there. They've always been involved.
Yeah.
So really, this is nothing new. This is not a new practice. These are things that we've always done.
Well, that's great.
Yes, it is.
Because I'd like to make sure that there's a clear expectation, because when I visited the Bedford Boys Tribute Center, I was told that wasn't the case.
Well, that's a fairly new facility.
Sure. I also asked at the memorial if they've seen every school, and the answer was no. So I would just want to make sure, it's such a prominent part of our community. It shouldn't be by happenstance. Those kids can and should visit it 6, 8, 10, 12 times, but at least once embedded in the curriculum. And so this is going to ensure that occurs.
I would have to beg your differ on that, because I believe our schools have gone frequently to the D-Day Memorial.
I'm sure I was misinformed then by the person I spoke to at the memorial.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
You have anything else, Dr. Mealy? You had your hand
No,
up.
that's fine.
Go ahead, Mr.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
that we approve the policy updates presented at the July 14th, 2022 board meeting, with the exception of under IEA number 3, under flags, we're going to remove the word temporary. And then also, I want to make sure that we understand, or with this motion, IEB and IEC will remain retired.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, again, I had a question about KLB. That's part of this, correct? I think this was from last month when I was not able to do everything I needed to do. This is about the request for reconsideration of learning resources. And again, I don't disagree with what's in here, but I would like the board to consider whether or not we can put a sentence in there that says that any decisions or whatever would apply only to the student whose parent or guardian brought the complaint, so that it's very clear that you're not removing access to educational materials from all children, just your child. That's why I think what we all kind of came to consensus with. But that it does not say that in here, and I think it would help if it's very clear that this process is great, but we need to make sure that the people bringing the complaints understand that it only applies to your child as a parent or guardian.
Well, I have a motion, I have a first and a second on the floor to accept them as is, unless either one of you want to withdraw the motion so we can discuss it further.
I don't.
Okay. I have a motion, I have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Ms. Johnson, will you poll the board, please?
Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
Mrs. Hairston? Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Holbrook?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
No.
Mr. Nelms?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 9.02. Do I have a motion to approve the annual fee schedule?
She needs to present it.
Oh, we got to present it. Well, it's here for an action.
I agree, but
Right, I just knew that Dr. Mealy was going to ask the question, and,
She's asking.
well, you asked it earlier, and we said we were going to talk about it. So those fees for high school students, they are not required if a student can't pay them. They're suggested windows of dues that we have. And I also want to let you know, none of these fees have changed this year. We've kept them the same as they were last year. Even the fees that are listed, if we had a student or a family who had difficulty paying, we would work with that family or exempt them from those fees. It wouldn't keep them from participating.
Okay, so that they're not mandatory.
That's
just what I
correct.
wanted to know. Okay, also, don't we have to be more specific with regard to how we're using those funds? I thought the code had said that we needed to specify, what kind of events and programs they're being used for.
So this was taken directly out of the current policy.
Right, I do know that.
And so we didn't change any of this. And since we weren't changing the fees, we just picked it up from the current policy. This policy is up for revision with a revision to the regulations. And I think we probably will get a little bit more specific about what options for reduction in fees. And so I can definitely look back at that code and see if we need to give more direction. I think that really comes through the high schools when they're telling, their class sponsors what they can and cannot be used for, but I'll double check that.
Okay, thank you. And I have one other question
Okay.
about this. Transcripts, the first 5 copies are free. Each additional copy is $5. Is there any, would the board consider, I just think we should give our graduating seniors as many copies as they need, as long as they can prove that they are going to use these. In other words, I want 20 copies. Well, no, show me how, bring me your application each time and we'll give you some. I know $5 isn't a lot. I just think it would be nice to do for our seniors. Some seniors do apply to more than 5 schools, and then they have to pay for the transcript. I guess what I would be asking is, can we, for our seniors, just your graduating seniors, that you receive as many copies as you have to bring your application to your guidance counselor that you apply for? How does the board feel about that?
I think we can do that. Right now, there is something in Virginia called the Common App. So most of them are only requesting one transcript that'll upload to the Common App, and then it goes to all the universities in Virginia they want. But that's an easy, I don't know that our schools really charge. I think this is probably more for if we're going back in records and looking for multiple transcripts years and years later. But we can take it out if the board wishes to, and then it won't be a question.
I have a concern, I know it's $5, but we charge our community who calls us and requests information, and we charge them more than $5 for one copy. And so we're providing 5 free copies. Like you said, the app where you present one, I can't see a reason why we would even need to go over that. But, if you have 9,000 students call and ask for more than 5 copies or 10, that is a large request. And I know 9,000 students aren't going to do that. But I hate not to have a fee for it after a certain point based on the fact that we're charging our community when they call and request information. So.
You don't want to, do that as a little going away gift to our seniors, then that's up to you. It's fine.
Further questions?
Nope.
Do I have a motion to approve the annual fee schedule as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Holbrook. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any further discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the gifted plan?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the Title III grant?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Dr. Mealy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the solar project approval?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Hairston. Do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 10, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier this evening, we had an opportunity to recognize some of our students, so I just want to briefly touch on a couple of them for those members here with us at the meeting who weren't able to be here for that first part of the meeting, or those watching online. We brought a number of individuals forward from YOVISO. YOVISO is the Youth of Virginia Speak Out, and it is a program with a very worthy cause, which is peer-to-peer education on teen driver safety while transporting others or driving themselves. So congratulations again to Liberty High School for being recognized as the YOVISO Club of the Year for Virginia, and for Ben Thurman, the sponsor at Liberty High School, for his leadership there of that club, and to 2 JF students, Emma Ogden for being awarded the Rockstar Award, and Peyton Poindexter for the Youth Leadership Award. Congratulations to those students and to the Liberty High School program. Also, earlier this evening, we had a chance to recognize Sarah Johnson. She's a rising senior at Liberty High School. She finished, as we shared during recognition, first place at the state level in the State History Day competition, then went on to represent Virginia and finished 3rd nationally for her presentation, Shenandoah National Park, Debate and Diplomacy Lead to Displacement. Congratulations, Sarah. In case you weren't aware, we are really excited about the first day of school coming up next Monday, August 15th. And I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to our incredible administrators, teachers, and support staff who have worked so hard all summer long, and especially over these past several days to ensure that we're ready to open up school. I think if I can just have a moment of personal privilege, one of you called out Dr. Calvert and her team for their exceptional work, and it really is exceptional. I have been meeting with area superintendents here several times over this last week, and the number of vacancies, well, there are vacancies everywhere. There's just a national teacher shortage, and the fact that we're just down to 9 and still working to fill those 9 is just incredible work from our HR and talent development team. Thank you, Dr. Calvert, and all those who work with you, Dr. Connor and others, for your incredible work. I'm also really excited that our enrollment is up. We are at this point more students enrolled than projected, more students than we ended last school year. A number of those families who left during the pandemic for a number of reasons are electing to come back to our schools. We're so glad to have them back. And that includes 900 new BCPS learners, at least 900, 650 coming into kindergarten, and 240 who are going to be attending preschool. Next week, I'm going to be visiting all 21 of our school sites. And board members, if you've not already had a chance to see my email, I certainly would love to take all of you on as many school tours as your time will allow next week. I'll work hard to accommodate your schedules, if it's morning or afternoon, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but I'm going to get to all 21 schools on one day next week. Looking forward to meeting all of our new teachers. Liam, what's that number again? 50-some in year 0? 52. I'm going to try to meet all 52 of them next week and welcome them personally to Bedford County. Thank you to everybody in the community who helped us last Friday in packing the bus. We were able to pack the bus, which was parked out in front of the Walmart in Bedford, and thanks to the local media outlets for helping us to spread the word. Through that partnership with the Department of Social Services, through the generosity of our community, we were able to raise over $10,000 in school supplies. That included everything from pencils to backpacks. All of those new supplies through our partnership with Department of Social Services are now going to be in the hands of those children whose families are most in need, so every child can show up for school next week with the materials they need to learn. Okay, so lastly, starting tonight, with tonight's presentation, I want to add something new to the superintendent's update, and that is 3 things you need to know for the next month. So each month I'm going to highlight at least 3 things that I think are important for the board and our parents and our staff and our community to know about the upcoming month. So here are the 3 things you need to know for the next month. First of all, this is a reminder for all of our middle and high school students and families that there is an adjustment to the schedule for middle school and high school. All 6 secondary schools are now going to be moving to the same schedule so that our shared resources such as Susie Gibson will have equal number of minutes and consistent travel time for all of our students from no matter which school zone they attend. So the instructional day at secondary schools are going to adjust slightly with a start time at 8:45 and a dismissal at 3:45. No changes to the elementary school instructional schedule. They'll continue to begin at 7:45 and end at 2:15. Second reminder, we highlighted this several meetings now, but I just want to make sure that all of those individuals who have any questions or concerns about the potential changes to school zone boundaries, we are having 2 information sessions next week. If you have not already read and have an understanding of the plan, it is online. I encourage you to find it. It's prominently displayed on our website. From there, you can read about the entire proposal. There's also, thanks to our friends in Bedford County county government, through GIS, you can type in your address and you can see if this affects you in any way, and if so, how it affects you. Those 2 information sessions, which are members of our facilities committee will be leading with the administration, are next week on Wednesday the 17th at 6:30 at JF in the auditorium, and next Thursday, also at 6:30 at Otter River Elementary School in the cafeteria. So if you have questions and would like some further clarification about the potential rezoning, we look forward to meeting you next Wednesday or Thursday at JF or Otter River. Also, as a reminder, also on our website, any citizen that has a comment or concern about the proposal, there is an email link that's been established for that very purpose. All of those comments will come directly to the Facilities Committee for their consideration, and then the Facilities Committee at some point in this school year will make a recommendation to the full board about this proposal for the board to take action. But prior to the board taking action, there will also be a public hearing. So we did hear from several people tonight, but everyone will have a chance to speak again at a public hearing or to submit your comments through that special email link that has been set up. And lastly, new this year, we'd like to remind our parents that we are implementing a new process in regards to the operation of our school libraries. Each time a student checks out a book from the school library, their parent or guardian will automatically receive an email that will come from the Destiny Follett software, which is the circulation program that we use in our libraries. The email is going to be directed to whatever the email address is that you've given us. So if it's changed, not only for that reason, but for any other reason, please make sure that your contact information, parents, is up to date with the school office, because whatever you've told us is what we're going to send that email to out of the Destiny Follett software program. For those parents who do not wish to receive these emails, simply contact your library media specialist and communicate you don't wish to receive the emails, and the media specialist will remove your email address from the Destiny Follett software, and you will no longer receive those emails. I would like to personally encourage parents, whether or not you're receiving the emails or not, as I always did, and I'm sure our board members do, and I'm sure you all do too, talk to your kids about what books they're choosing and why they're choosing them, and read them together and have time as a family learning together. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks for the evening.
Move on to item 11.01, committee reports. Mr. Daniels, we'll start with you.
We did not have a SEAC meeting, but our first one will be will be August 18th at 5:45, so I'm looking forward to that. And then I'll let Mr. Hill talk about the IGA.
Mr. Helms?
I think Amelia attended the last Finance Committee meeting.
Yeah, so Central Virginia Gov School Board met last Wednesday. We actually had students in Bedford County who began this week at the Gov School, so they've been in school now 4 days. So things are going well there. We have our next STEM Academy Board meeting next week on the 16th, so I'll report on that the following month. And then as far as the IGA, we have set meetings to meet monthly and to bring, I think we agreed last month, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Bergen, 8 to 10 policies per month, just to make sure it's not, overwhelming for the board, as you're going through and reading those different policies. So, yep, that's it.
Mr. Holbrook?
As far as the Facilities Committee, I just received information today that the auditorium here they'll begin work tomorrow and this weekend to fix the water issue at the door. And then the rest of it, I believe Ms. Harrison has the rest of the update.
A whole lot, a few things. I'm sorry.
So we'll keep going down the
Dr.
table.
Mealy.
I think Mr. Hagler covered most of what we said in the finance meeting. I don't think he really left anything out. I'm just very grateful we're able to also compensate our paraprofessionals when they're taking over a class. So that was something we talked about in depth, and I'm glad we're able to do that. But I think he covered everything else.
Yeah, Ms. Harrison.
Okay, now it's my turn. So the next Laurel School Board meeting will be held in a couple of weeks. I think it's the last Monday in this month. And at that time, there will be a new board chair that will be appointed. I'll get to sit on the other side of that seat on that particular day. The Facility Committee, we're going to be meeting again in August, on August the 26th, I believe it is. Again, just to reiterate what Dr. Dewis has shared already regarding the public information sessions. It's going to be for the proposed school attendance zone boundary changes. It's going to be conducted on Wednesday, August the 17th, 6:30 at Jefferson Forest Auditorium, and on August the 18th at 6:30 at Otter River Elementary School. And so I certainly would encourage the community to come on out and come and have your questions answered, get more information regarding this proposal. That's all that I have.
Very much. Okay, let's start off with the comments and concerns from board members. Let's start at your end, Ms. Harrison.
Okay, all righty, I'll just keep it rolling. So I just want to say to all of the teachers and staff members and also our students that I wish each and every one of you just a great start to the school year. I am very hopeful and very optimistic and also prayerful that this will be the best year ever. And I just want you all to know that certainly if you ever have any questions and concerns, don't ever hesitate to reach out to me. I certainly wish each and every one of you just a great school year. You've gotten off to a great start. I mean, I've been seeing various posts regarding open house, and lots of wonderful, fun things have taken place. And I had the pleasure of attending for just a brief while Goodview Elementary School, their open house earlier today before coming to the meeting, and they had a huge turnout, so it's just really awesome. Just thank you to all the speakers tonight, all of the community members who came out to share your thoughts, your concerns, your suggestions. Thank you. I hope you continue to come and make your voices heard. Thank you.
There's Dr. Mealy.
Yes, I have to also echo Ms. Harrison's praise and thanks for everything that our staff is doing, and that's everyone from our bus drivers and custodians and bookkeepers and secretaries to teachers and administrators and central office staff. It takes all of you to successfully educate our students and be ready for that first day. I want you to know that each one of you matter to me, and that each one of you are appreciated, and that I know our students are going to come to school the first day excited to learn, and I hope that it is the best year they've had, especially after the previous couple where it's just not been very normal. So just thank you so much to all of you who are making this happen. I also would like to just once again say how glad I am that we're able to pay our paras when they take over the classes for us. I think that's only fair. Mr. Hagler, did we get any more information about that $1,000 bonus being given, say, the 1st of December or 2nd of December as requested by one of our speakers last month?
Yes, and I had a big note for the beginning of my presentation to mention that, and I didn't, so I didn't want to interrupt the board as they were finishing up. We are going to be paying that out on the November check. So employees will be getting that in November. You actually have to pay it out by December 1st. So I went and read the language on that. So employees out there, if you are a contracted employee and received a contract from us and not on just an hourly agreement, you will be receiving a $1,000 bonus on your November check. So please let everybody know that. We've told the nutrition workers today. Bus drivers didn't have it in service right before school started. I've spoken to a couple of them, so please spread the word. So that's much appreciated by the employees, and so hopefully some are listening tonight and they can look forward to that. So
yes, thank you so much, and thank you to one of our employees, and I'm sorry her name escapes me just right now, for asking for that. So I would encourage you, if you have things like that, to ask. You never know. The worst that we can say is no. So I'm so glad that they will get that in their November check, and thank you again, Mr. Hagler. Dr. Dewis, I want to thank you for the renovation update. I'm glad to hear about the town applying for the grant to help us out, and that our in the Wednesday memo you sent. Where are you? Oh, there you are, sorry. And that the project's, likely to come in under budget. So thank you for all your hard work on that. I too want to congratulate the Cavalier Theater. Almost $11,000 is just amazing from A Night with Kendall. This was a huge community effort and the response was overwhelming. So thank you so much to all those people who came out to support Cavalier Theater. I also want to give a special shout out to the Bedford County Sheriff's Department and their deputies for not only for their work and their dedication to our county, but also to the work that they are doing with us to help improve our overall safety and security for our students and staff. You're very, very much appreciated, and it does take a village to do all this, so thank you for that. I also want to go back to Mr. Simmons just for a minute. Again, for all you've done working on our safety and security, improving it for our students and schools and staff. There is nothing that trumps our safety and security, and I appreciate the new work and building upon what you've already have in place, so thank you for that. I would like the board to consider, and Madam Chairman, maybe put this on the agenda for next month, Mr. Smith's idea of recognizing our, sub of the year in schools. I know, Stewartsville has a lady that is there, probably more than she's home. So if we could talk about that, I think that would be a really wonderful thing to do. We can't always give money and do things we'd like to do, but that would be a simple one to do. And I think, I'd like to see that on the agenda for next month. And I too want to thank Dr. Calvert and her department. I just have to be really honest. When we met, I think it might have even been last month, and you said you had 27 openings. I mean, I've thought about you a lot, thinking there is no way you are going to fill 27 openings in this time, and y'all did that. So thank you for the hiring of the teachers and staff. I think it's you just did a great job, so thank you so much for that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Elbert? Mr. Nelms?
Just want to reiterate everything they've said, far as thank you to all the teachers and staff. I think this is going to be a great comeback year. Pre-COVID, I think we're going back to some normalcy again. On August 3rd, I was able to visit New London Academy and also Huddleston. Both schools look excellent. Huge thanks to the custodial staff for, those floors, you could eat off of them. They were so clean. They were ready for the school year. Mac, I talked to you about a tree issue there. Do you have any updates for me at New London Academy?
If we're thinking of the same tree, there is a large tree with a lot of dead spots, limbs, and if I'm not mistaken, that's in the VDOT right away.
Okay.
And so we'll need to follow up with them to make sure. We have talked with them. They've assured us they'll take care of it. I don't know their timeline, but we can follow up.
Okay, thank you. And if you haven't had a chance to see it yet, the Stanton River Middle School got their floor refinished, and it looks amazing. So whoever done that, great job. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Nelms. Mr. Daniels?
Question, and then I'll be a little long-winded probably. Dr. Bergen, are we doing anything extra to recruit more substitute teachers?
We sure are. I'm glad you thought to ask me. You mentioned Raymond making comments, Dr. Mealy. So how about this for appreciation? We're going to give our substitute teachers the same $1,000 that we're giving all the other employees. If they will make a commitment to working for us,
45 days before, I think it's before November 30th.
yeah, about the time we're ready to pay that out. So all of our substitutes who are just so faithful for us, we want to recognize you with $1,000, like all the other employees, at the end of November. We've increased our rates for substitutes. It would go up like, do you recall? Oh, sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry, everyone received at least a 4% raise. We have increased the rate for retirees. Retirees will receive
$20 an hour for just normal sub-rate pay. And if they do a long-term sub, and that's Virginia retirees, then if they're doing a long-term sub, which means you're planning and you're doing all the work of a teacher, that would be a rate of $25 an hour. So we have increased those rates, and then if a sub, whether long-term or daily, works 45 days, they would be eligible for the $1,000 bonus, or they would receive a $1,000 bonus.
So thanks for the question. We put those measures in place because we just want to make sure that our teachers don't have to cover each other. We don't have to pull instructional assistants to cover teachers. Those are last resort. So we're very hopeful that this additional financial incentive is going to help boost our substitute numbers. Thank you.
All right. This is really for the students. So as we get ready to start this new school year, I just wanted to talk to the students that are starting on Monday about three things: choices, sacrifices, and hope. Today, we're open houses for all the schools in Bedford County. A lot of families and professionals around the county made different choices and sacrifices. I have 4 kids that are in Bedford County schools, and I'm happy to serve here in Bedford County as we try to make this county better and stronger. Bedford didn't become this great town without the efforts of those that helped get us to this point. Like the generation before us, nothing good comes without sacrifice. Choices. We all have choices that we have to make. Some are easy and some are tough. For students, your decisions, while they may not seem significant, are very important. Perhaps you're struggling with balancing choices between socializing, studying for an exam, playing sports, or even gaming for the night. These are all choices, but these types of decisions between pleasure and work will always be there. Remember, your decisions determine your direction in life, both your good choices and your bad. Sacrifices. As a parent, a sign of maturity is that you not only you don't understand their choices, but you understand that there needs to be balance. Many times, balance and progress comes with sacrifice. Maybe it's a sacrifice of social media time to work on your academics, or sacrifice hanging on the weekends to play sports, or sacrifice your time after school to work and save for trade school. Regardless of your sacrifice you make in everything you do, give it your all. We all fall and we all struggle, but the thing about the history of America is our freedoms are that they were not given, they were earned in every era of history. You are too resilient and too tough. Get back up and don't forget that it's okay to ask others for help. Regardless of your circumstance, there are many people that care about you and want you to succeed. Hope. Our hope lies in working together both at school and at home. There is sacrifice that teachers make and staff that brings us all hope. Let's unpack that. For the last week or two, teachers have been back in school spending extra time reviewing their lesson plans, making sure that everything is in place to provide the best launching pad for our children. You are the heroes that hold our front line. I want to thank you in advance for everything that you've done for this county and directly for my family. There's coaches that stay after school and on weekends to help kids get in those extra reps in hope of making better athletes, as well as balanced children with a healthy expression through physical fitness. There's the countless hours and time that the staff and bus drivers account for each week, waking up and pre-tipping their equipment to ensure that it's in safe condition for our children to ride in. We hope you understand how much we rely on you, and that it's a testament to your value, and the whole system starts with you. There's hope in the parents and guardians. They wake up very early and have to go into their kids' room to wake up a very sleepy child or children to try to get them up and get them motivated to come to school. I'm sure there's a lot of parents out there that have heard the bus coming down the street and say, "Oh man, we got to get you to school." Maybe a little more difficult with those electric buses. I'm sure they don't make as much noise. Sometimes hope is the hope that as a parent you can remember a math or English assignment your child has after not having that lesson for 20 or 30 years. There's hope that while the dynamic between parents and children can be challenging, that they still show up and provide to the best of their ability, dropping off or picking up our kids after band practice or theater. The members of this board sacrifice time with their families as well, take phone calls, answer meetings, sit on committees, and debate issues long and hard, not because it's work, but because it's what we all want to do to make our community stronger. And then there's the brave men and women who sacrifice to keep us safe, from the SROs and the Sheriff's Department to our friends and family serving our great country. But the students should know that all this sacrifice comes with the optimism of hope. The hope for the parents, teachers, staff, and the rest of the community is that through all this sacrifice will come success. The hope is that you will have success to better your lives, the lives of your families, and the lives of your people in your community. We know that you will make us proud. It's up to you to take that step, though. As Morpheus said to Neo in the movie The Matrix, I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. We aren't asking you to be the best. Just give it your best and be the best that you can be. Go get them, Bedford County students.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Hill?
All right, substitute teachers. Agree with all the information that was shared here tonight, and I agree we should definitely recognize them. The good thing, Dr. Calvert, correct me if I'm wrong, I saw 25 substitute teachers on the personnel report tonight that we approved. So that's a huge number. It's a great start for fulfilling what we promised as far as substitute teachers. I also saw that there was actually a substitute custodian up there. So again, nice work on fulfilling that. Enrollment, 9,024. I know that'd be a plus or minus. It's no surprise to me, policies matter. Teacher positions filled. Dr. Calvert, not surprising to me, policies matter. Staff and teachers and staff, thank you for all you do and what you've done to get us ready for a successful year. And as always, it's so good to hear from so many of you with your positive comments on our teacher and staff resolution. So I appreciate that. And then finally, to our students, we're back to normal. You enjoy every minute of every day this entire year. It will go in a flash, but do not take 1 minute for granted. So enjoy. Welcome back to school on Monday. I know some of you started at the Gov School on Monday. Congratulations. But to our students, enjoy every single minute of being back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. As always, I'll bring up the tail end here. I think I've heard it somewhere along the lines tonight that Monday's a pretty special day around here. I just wanted to tell all the kids and the students, I know the kids are anxious for the new things that lie ahead. Teachers and administrators are looking forward to seeing the students. Parents are looking forward to re-seeing the schedules. I would like to extend my best wishes for a successful school year for students, families, teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, school bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and anyone else that I may have missed. I look forward to the great things that will happen. I'd like to take a minute to say welcome to Minuteman Country to Mr. Aaron Hagler, our new athletic director, and to Mr. Darrell Robertson, our new head football coach. Looking forward to great things coming out of there. A couple weeks ago, I went to the Liberty High School Athletic Boosters meeting. It was amazing to see so many parents out there and their enthusiasm to help and to get this up and running again. We're getting ready to put the pride back into Minutemen Pride. And Dr. Dewis, I know that I had spoken with you about some much needed work on the visitor side of the athletic field, and I trust that that is being handled. Okay, thank you very much. But as far as I've spent a lot of time talking with Mr. Tucker, with parents, with coaches out there, and there are a lot of positive changes happening out at Liberty, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do. As Ms. Calvert mentioned last week, I spoke at the new teachers luncheon. The room was full of energetic and enthusiastic educators. It'll be fun to see the students in their classrooms this year because I know they're going to bring that enthusiasm forward. And on behalf of this board and Bedford County Public Schools, I want to say welcome to them again for coming to Bedford County Schools. I'm going to go ahead and put in another shameless plug that we need school bus drivers. We need full-time drivers, we need activity drivers, we need substitute drivers. If you have your CDL passenger bus endorsement, is that correct? Is that what we need? Please help us out. I'm going to ask one huge favor of everyone when we come up with the calendars for next year, that we do not schedule big events such as back to school night on the same night as a school board meeting.
And Madam Chair?
Everyone here, well, I know the majority of us have small children. I did not get to go meet my children's teachers this year because of having to go to work. I'm sure a lot of us had to bypass that. So if there's any possible way that we can avoid it next year, it would be most appreciative. And finally, but to me, this is the most important thing I want to say tonight. I want to say a thank you to all of our students. So much has been said, argued over, and done about the parent resolutions and the teacher resolutions. No one has said thank you to our students. We recognize student achievement every month, but there are many, many more students in Bedford County that deserve a mention of gratitude. They're the reason all of us are here. I know they were the driving force for me running for the office. To all of Bedford County students, I would like to say thank you, and please know that every one of you is greatly appreciated. With that being said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Fourth, Madam Chairman.
Dr. Mealy, Mr. Hill with the second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned.